Hi everyone, welcome to Pine Hat. I hope you're all doing well and ready to drift off to something meaningful tonight. Today, I want to argue that Gravity Falls offers genuine life lessons that viewers of all ages can carry forward into their own lives. By examining how Dipper learns to balance intellect with intuition, how Mabel chooses joy without losing depth, how both twins navigate the tension between growing up and staying young, and how the entire Pines family demonstrates that love means showing up even when it's hard, we can understand why this show has taught millions of people how to approach life with curiosity, courage, and connection. But before we begin, I'd just like to kindly ask you all to subscribe. It's completely free, and it really helps us improve the videos for this wonderful community we've managed to build. Anyway, that's enough. Let's begin. Embrace curiosity, even when it's dangerous. Dipper Pines finds a journal in the woods. This is the moment that changes everything. He is exploring the forest around Gravity Falls when he discovers this book hidden inside a tree. The book has a 6-fingered hand on the cover and the number 3. Inside are drawings and descriptions of supernatural creatures and phenomena, warnings about dangers, instructions for survival. And Dipper does not put it down. He does not ignore it. He does not tell himself that it is probably just someone's art project or a prank. He believes it immediately. He accepts that the world is stranger than he thought, and he decides to investigate. This is the first lesson Gravity Falls teaches. Embrace curiosity, even when it is dangerous. When you encounter something mysterious, do not dismiss it. When the world shows you something strange, pay attention. When your instincts tell you there is more going on than what appears on the surface, trust those instincts and investigate. Dipper's curiosity drives the entire series. Without it, nothing else happens. If he had left the journal in the woods, if he had shown it to an adult and let them handle it, if he had decided it was too weird or too scary to engage with, the story ends. The mysteries remain unsolved. The dangers remain hidden. The town stays vulnerable. But Dipper chooses curiosity over comfort. He chooses investigation over ignorance. And this choice defines who he becomes. In the very first episode, Tourist Trapped, Dipper uses the journal to identify that Norman, the teenager dating Mabel, is actually a bunch of gnomes stacked on top of each other. This sounds ridiculous. It is ridiculous. But Dipper sees the clues. Norman's behavior is strange. His body proportions are wrong. He does not blink properly. And when Dipper checks the journal, he finds an entry about gnomes that matches what he is observing. Mabel does not want to believe him. She thinks Dipper is being paranoid. She thinks he is jealous or overprotective. She has finally found a boy who likes her, and Dipper is trying to ruin it. So she dismisses his concerns. She tells him to leave her alone. But Dipper does not stop investigating. He follows Norman into the woods. He watches from a distance, and he sees Norman fall apart into a swarm of gnomes. His suspicions are confirmed. The journal was right. The supernatural exists. And now Mabel is in danger. Dipper runs to warn her. He arrives just as the gnomes reveal themselves and try to force Mabel to be their queen. They kidnap her. They drag her into the forest, and Dipper has to rescue her. He uses the journal to figure out how. He learns that gnomes hate leaf blowers, so he grabs one and uses it to blow the gnomes away. He saves his sister. This episode establishes the pattern. Dipper encounters something strange. He investigates using the journal. He discovers the truth, and that truth helps him protect the people he cares about. His curiosity is not just intellectual, it is practical. It is protective. It keeps people safe. In the episode The Inconveniencing, Dipper and his friends break into an abandoned convenience store that is supposedly haunted. Everyone treats it like a joke. They are teenagers looking for a thrill. They dare each other to do stupid things. They eat old candy and mess around with expired products. But Dipper notices that something is actually wrong. The store is too cold. Shadows move on their own. Objects levitate. And when his friends start acting strange, when they become possessed by the ghosts that haunt the store, Dipper does not panic. He investigates. He tries to figure out what the ghosts want. Why are they here? What happened to them? How can he communicate with them? He discovers that the ghosts are teenagers who died in the store years ago. They are angry. They are bored. They want to keep partying forever. And they want to trap living teenagers to join them. And Dipper realizes he needs to beat them at their own game. He challenges them to a competition. If he wins, they let his friends go. If he loses, they all stay trapped forever. Dipper plays Dancy Pants Revolution against the ghost. He loses. He is not good at dancing games, but then he realizes that the ghosts are bound by their own rules. They said they would let everyone go if he could beat their high score, but he does not have to do it himself. So Mabel does it. She is great at dancing games. She beats the score, and the ghosts have to honor the agreement. This episode shows that curiosity combined with observation leads to solutions. Dipper figures out the rules of the supernatural world he is dealing with. He does not just react with fear. He investigates, he learns, and he uses that knowledge to solve problems. In Dipper versus Manliness, Dipper feels insecure about not being manly enough. He meets a group of mysterious creatures called the Manitors, who promise to teach him how to be a real man. They live deep in the forest. They are half man, half Tor. They are aggressive and loud and violent, and they give Dipper a series of challenges to prove his masculinity. At first, Dipper goes along with it. He wants to be tougher. He wants to be more confident. He wants to fit their definition of what a man should be. But as the challenges continue, Dipper realizes something is wrong. The Manitors are not teaching him to be strong. They are teaching him to be cruel. They tell him to kill a cute creature called a multi-bear, just to prove he can. They tell him that showing emotion is weakness. They tell him that caring about others is pathetic. And Dipper's curiosity leads him to question this. He wonders if this is really what being a man means. He investigates his own feelings. He thinks about the people he admires. Are they violent and emotionless? No. His Grunkle Stan is tough, but he also clearly cares about Dipper and Mabel. His sister is one of the strongest people he knows, and she is incredibly emotional and caring. So when Dipper finds the multi-bear, instead of killing it, he talks to it. He asks questions. He learns that the multi-bear is gentle and kind. It just wants to be left alone to listen to soft rock music. And Dipper decides that killing an innocent creature to impress a bunch of aggressive macho stereotypes is not strength. It is cowardice. He goes back to the Manitors and tells them he failed the challenge on purpose. They call him weak. They mock him. But Dipper does not care anymore. He investigated their philosophy and found it lacking. He used his curiosity to question what he was being taught. And that curiosity saved him from becoming someone he did not want to be. This teaches you something important about curiosity. It is not just about investigating external mysteries. It is also about investigating ideas, beliefs, and social expectations. When someone tells you, this is how things are, or this is who you should be, curiosity asks why. Curiosity investigates whether that claim is actually true. In the episode Carpet Diem, Dipper and Mabel discover a magic carpet in Grunkle Stan's secret room. The carpet has the power to switch people's bodies, and at first, they use it as a joke. Dipper and Mabel switch bodies. They experience what it is like to be each other. But then, things get out of control. Other people's bodies get switched. The situation becomes chaotic. Dipper could have just tried to switch everyone back immediately. He could have panicked and demanded they destroy the carpet. But instead, his curiosity kicks in. He wants to understand how the carpet works. What are its rules? What are its limitations? Can it be controlled, or is it random? And through investigation, through experimentation, he figures out how to fix the problem. This episode shows that curiosity helps you solve problems that fear would only make worse. When something goes wrong, the curious response is to understand it. The fearful response is just to panic. Dipper chooses understanding. In Boys Crazy, Mabel becomes obsessed with a boy band. Dipper thinks the band is suspicious. They are too perfect. Their lyrics are too specifically targeted at their fans. Something does not add up. So Dipper investigates. He follows the band. He sneaks backstage. And he discovers that the boy band members are actually clones, created by a record producer. They are being controlled and manipulated. They are prisoners. Mabel does not want to believe this. At first, she wants her fantasy to be real. She wants the band to actually care about her. But Dipper's curiosity reveals the truth. And once the truth is revealed, they can do something about it. They can free the clones. They can expose the producer. They can make things right. This pattern repeats throughout the series. Dipper's curiosity uncovers hidden truths. Sometimes those truths are uncomfortable. Sometimes they disrupt what people want to believe. But they are necessary. They lead to justice. They lead to safety. They lead to freedom. In Dreamscapers, Bill Cipher invades Stan's mind. This is one of the most important episodes in the series. Bill is a dream demon with reality warping powers. He is ancient and powerful and dangerous, and he wants something from Stan. He wants a code to a safe, and he is willing to torture Stan's mind to get it. Dipper, Mabel, and Seuss enter Stan's mindscape to fight Bill. This is incredibly dangerous. They are entering the mind of a demon. They have no idea what they will find. They could get trapped forever. They could die. But Dipper's curiosity about how to defeat Bill drives him forward. He needs to understand how mindscapes work. He needs to understand Bill's weaknesses. He needs to learn the rules of this mental battlefield. Through investigation, through trial and error, through paying attention to everything Bill says and does, Dipper figures out how to navigate the mindscape. He learns that positive memories can be used as weapons against Bill. He learns that Stan's mind is more complex than it appears. He learns that Stan has secrets, layers, hidden depths that even Dipper did not suspect. And this curiosity is what allows them to temporarily defeat Bill. Not physical strength, not magic weapons, just the willingness to investigate, to learn, to understand how this strange situation works. But the episode also reveals something darker. Dipper discovers that Stan has a secret lab beneath the Mystery Shack. Stan is hiding something. Stan has been lying to them. and Dipper's curiosity will not let this go. He needs to know what Stan is doing. He needs to know why Stan is being secretive. Even though Stan tells him to drop it, even though Stan gets angry, Dipper cannot ignore the mystery. This creates tension. This creates conflict. But it also shows that curiosity is not always comfortable. Sometimes curiosity leads you to truths that complicate your relationships. Sometimes the people you love are hiding things for reasons you do not understand yet, and you have to decide whether to keep investigating or to trust them. Dipper chooses to keep investigating. Throughout the rest of the season, he tries to figure out what Stan is hiding. He searches for clues. He follows Stan. He asks questions. And this leads directly to the revelation that Stan has been trying to bring his brother back from another dimension. Stan's entire life has been dedicated to fixing a mistake he made 30 years ago. His secrets were not malicious. They were protective. But Dipper would not have learned this if he had not been curious. In Not What He Seems, everything comes to a head. Stan's machine is about to activate. The government is coming to arrest him. The town is in danger, and Dipper has to make a choice. Mabel wants to trust Stan. She wants to believe that he has a good reason for everything, but Dipper's curiosity has led him to evidence that suggests Stan might be dangerous. The machine could destroy the town. Stan has been lying for months. Dipper is faced with a decision. Does he shut down the machine and stop Stan, or does he trust that Stan knows what he is doing? His curiosity has brought him to this moment. He has all the information. He knows the risks, and he has to choose. This is the hard part about curiosity. It gives you information. It reveals truths. But then you have to decide what to do with that information. You have to make choices based on incomplete knowledge. You have to act, even when you are not sure. Dipper chooses to let Mabel make the final call, and Mabel chooses trust. She chooses to believe in Stan. She does not shut down the machine, and she is right. The machine brings back Stanford Pines, Stan's twin brother, the author of the journals, the person Dipper has been searching for all summer. Stan was not trying to hurt anyone. He was trying to save his brother. This teaches you that curiosity is essential, but it is not the only virtue. You also need trust. You also need love. You also need to know when to stop investigating and start believing in people. Dipper's curiosity led him to the truth, but Mabel's trust made the right choice possible. In the episodes following Ford's return, Dipper's curiosity finds a new focus. He wants to learn everything from Ford. Ford is a genius. Ford is a scientist. Ford is everything Dipper wants to be. And Ford offers to mentor him. Ford offers to teach him about the supernatural. Ford offers to make him an apprentice. This is Dipper's dream. This is what his curiosity has been leading him toward. The chance to study the mysteries of Gravity Falls with an expert. The chance to solve puzzles and discover secrets and learn things no one else knows. And Ford makes him an incredible offer. Stay in Gravity Falls after the summer ends. Become Ford's full-time assistant. Forget about school and normal life and just dedicate yourself to investigation and discovery. Dipper wants this so badly. His curiosity is screaming, yes. This is the opportunity of a lifetime. How can he say no? But saying yes means leaving Mabel. It means splitting up. It means choosing curiosity over family. And this is the hardest choice Dipper faces, because curiosity has been his guiding principle all summer. Curiosity has defined who he is. Curiosity has led him to amazing discoveries and incredible adventures. But curiosity without connection is empty. Curiosity without love is lonely. And Dipper realizes that he does not want to investigate the mysteries of the universe if it means doing it alone. He chooses Mabel. He chooses to go home. He chooses family over knowledge. And this does not mean he stops being curious. It just means he understands that curiosity is not the only thing that matters. It is one part of a full life. One important part, but not everything. This is the complete lesson about curiosity. Embrace it. Follow it. Let it lead you to discoveries. Let it reveal truths. Let it protect you from danger and deception. But also know when to balance curiosity with other values. Know when to trust. Know when to connect. Know when to choose people over puzzles. Dipper shows you that curiosity is a powerful tool for navigating life. When something seems wrong, investigate. When something does not make sense, ask questions. When the world shows you something strange, pay attention. Do not dismiss your instincts. Do not ignore evidence. Do not let fear or social pressure stop you from seeking truth. But also understand that curiosity can lead you into danger. It can lead you to uncomfortable truths. It can lead you to choices that are not easy. And when that happens, you need other virtues to guide you. You need wisdom to know what to do with the information you find. You need compassion to handle that information carefully. You need love to remember why the truth matters in the first place. So embrace curiosity even when it is dangerous. Let it drive you forward. Let it open doors. Let it reveal mysteries. But never let it make you forget the people you love. Never let it make you cold or isolated or disconnected. Balance curiosity with connection. Balance investigation with trust. Balance the search for truth with the need for relationship. That is what Dipper learns. That is what Gravity Falls teaches. And that is what you can carry forward into your own life. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Curiosity reveals the mysteries of the world, but choosing joy in the face of darkness determines whether you can handle what you find. Choose joy without losing depth. Mabel Pines wakes up every morning ready to have the best day ever. This is not an exaggeration. This is not hyperbole. This is literally how she approaches life. She has a different sweater for every occasion. She makes friends with everyone she meets. She sees every situation as an opportunity for fun or connection or creativity. And the remarkable thing about Mabel is that she does all of this while being fully aware that the world is dark and complicated and scary. This is the second lesson Gravity Falls teaches. Choose joy without losing depth. You can be optimistic without being naive. You can be cheerful without being shallow. You can embrace happiness while still acknowledging pain. Joy and awareness are not opposites. They are partners. Mabel is often misunderstood as just the silly one, the comic relief, the character who does not take things seriously. But this interpretation misses something crucial. Mabel takes things very seriously. She just chooses to respond with joy instead of cynicism. She chooses to create beauty instead of dwelling on ugliness. She chooses to love people instead of protecting herself from disappointment. In the episode The Hand That Rocks the Mabel, Mabel meets Gideon, a child psychic who becomes obsessed with her. Gideon seems charming at first. He is cute. He is talented. He gives her attention. And Mabel, who wants so badly to have a boyfriend, goes along with it. She agrees to date him, even though something feels off. But Gideon quickly becomes possessive. He wants to control where Mabel goes and who she talks to. He gets jealous when she spends time with other people. He makes demands. And Mabel realizes that this relationship is not healthy. This is not love. This is control disguised as affection. Dipper tells Mabel to break up with Gideon. It is obvious that Gideon is bad news, but Mabel struggles with this. She does not want to hurt Gideon's feelings. She does not want to be mean. She wants to find a way to end the relationship that does not cause pain. She wants everyone to be happy. This shows something important about Mabel. Her joy is not selfishness. It is not about making herself happy at the expense of others. She genuinely wants everyone to be happy. She cares about other people's feelings, even when they do not care about hers. And this makes breaking up with Gideon incredibly difficult for her. Eventually, Gideon's behavior becomes so extreme that Mabel has no choice. He tries to control her with guilt. He publicly declares his love for her. He makes it impossible for her to say no without looking like the villain. And Mabel realizes that she has to prioritize her own well-being. She has to say no, even if it hurts him, even if it makes her look bad. She breaks up with Gideon in front of everyone, and Gideon does not take it well. He becomes vengeful. He becomes dangerous. He spends the rest of the series trying to destroy the Pines family, and Mabel has to live with the fact that her choice to prioritize her own happiness made an enemy, but she does not regret it. She does not let Gideon's reaction make her think she was wrong. She chose joy, her own freedom, and that was the right choice, even though it had consequences. This teaches you that choosing joy sometimes means disappointing people. It sometimes means setting boundaries that others do not respect. It sometimes means accepting that not everyone will understand or support your choices. In The Time Traveler's Pig, Mabel wins a pig at the fair. She names him Waddles, and she immediately loves him with her entire heart. Waddles becomes her companion, her friend, her emotional support animal. She carries him everywhere. She makes him little outfits. She talks to him about her feelings. And Waddles loves her back in his simple pig way. But then Dipper discovers time travel. He finds a device that lets him go back in time and change events. And Dipper wants to use it to create a timeline where he impresses Wendy, his crush. He keeps going back to the fair and trying different approaches. He tries to look cool. He tries to be funny. He tries to win games. But every time Dipper changes something at the fair, it creates a ripple effect. And in some timelines, those ripples prevent Mabel from winning Waddles. In some timelines, someone else gets the pig. In some timelines, Mabel never meets Waddles at all. And when Dipper finally creates a timeline where he impresses Wendy, it is a timeline where Mabel loses Waddles. Dipper is excited. He finally got what he wanted. But then he sees Mabel. She is heartbroken. She is devastated. She lost her pig. She lost her friend. And Dipper has to make a choice. Does he keep this timeline where he is happy and Mabel is sad? Or does he go back and fix it? This episode shows something beautiful about Mabel. Even though she has lost Waddles in this timeline, even though she is heartbroken, she does not demand that Dipper fix it. She does not guilt him. She just quietly mourns. She tries to be happy for him. She tries to accept the loss, because that is who Mabel is. She wants other people to be happy, even when she is not. But Dipper cannot let it stand. He sees her pain, and he realizes that his crush on Wendy is not more important than his sister's happiness. so he goes back one more time. He creates a timeline where Mabel gets Waddles, and he does not impress Wendy. He sacrifices his own joy for hers, and Mabel does not even know he did it. She does not know that in another timeline she lost Waddles. She does not know what Dipper gave up for her. She just has her pig. She just has her joy. And that joy radiates from her for the rest of the series. This teaches you that choosing joy sometimes means accepting sacrifices from others. It means receiving love even when you did not ask for it. It means being grateful for the good things in your life without needing to know all the ways they could have been different. In sock opera, Mabel is directing a puppet show to impress a boy named Gabe. She is working incredibly hard on this production. She is making puppets. She is writing songs. She is coordinating rehearsals. She is putting everything she has into creating something beautiful and fun. And meanwhile, Dipper is trying to crack a code from the laptop he found. He is obsessed with solving this mystery. Bill Cipher appears and offers Dipper a deal. Bill will give him the password to the laptop if Dipper gives Bill a puppet. Dipper thinks Bill means a physical puppet. He agrees, but Bill meant Dipper's body. Bill takes over Dipper's body and starts using it to try to destroy the journal. And Mabel has to save him. The night of her sock opera performance, Mabel realizes that Bill is possessing Dipper. She has worked so hard on this show. This is her moment to impress Gabe. This is her chance to share her creativity with an audience. But her brother is in danger, and Mabel does not hesitate. She abandons the show. She goes to save Dipper. Bill offers her a deal. He will leave Dipper's body if Mabel gives him the journal. And Mabel does not want to do this. She knows the journal is important. She knows Dipper has spent all summer studying it, but she also knows that her brother's life is more important than a book. So she agrees to the deal. Bill takes the journal and leaves. Dipper is free, and he is devastated, not because he was possessed, but because Mabel gave up the journal. He worked so hard to find it. He worked so hard to protect it, and now it is gone. He is angry at Mabel. He blames her, and Mabel is hurt by this. She just saved his life. She gave up her own moment of joy to rescue him, and he is mad at her? She tries to explain that she had no choice. She tries to explain that he is more important than the journal, but Dipper is too upset to listen. Eventually, Dipper realizes she is right. He apologizes. He understands that Mabel made the only choice she could. And more importantly, he understands that Mabel has been sacrificing for him all summer. She has been supporting his obsession with mysteries. She has been going on dangerous adventures. She has been putting his interests ahead of hers, and she has done it all with joy. This episode teaches you that choosing joy does not mean only thinking about yourself. Mabel could have done her show and hoped someone else would save Dipper. She could have prioritized her performance, but she did not. Her joy includes her love for other people. Her happiness is connected to their well-being. She cannot be truly joyful if the people she loves are suffering. In the deep end, Mabel gets a job as a lifeguard at the public pool. She's excited about this. She gets to wear a swimsuit. She gets to sit in the sun. She gets to blow a whistle. It seems like the perfect summer job. And then she meets Mermando, a merman who is trapped in the pool. Mermando is beautiful and charming and doomed. He was separated from his family. He cannot survive in the chlorinated pool water much longer. He needs to get back to the ocean. But he is hundreds of miles from the sea, and nobody believes merpeople exist, so he cannot just ask for help. Mabel could ignore this. She could enjoy her summer job and her summer crush and not worry about the fact that Mermando is dying. But she does not do that. She cannot enjoy herself while someone else is suffering, so she decides to help him. She comes up with a plan to get him to the ocean. It is complicated. It is risky. It requires stealing a cooler and a van and coordinating a road trip without any adults finding out. And Mabel does it. She saves Mermando. She gets him to the ocean, and in doing so, she loses him. He cannot stay with her. He has to go back to his family. He has to return to the sea. They have a summer romance, and then it ends. He leaves. She is sad, but Mabel does not regret it. She is sad, yes, but she is also happy that she helped him. She is happy that he is safe. She is happy that she got to know him at all. She chooses to focus on the joy of the experience, rather than the pain of the loss. She chooses to be grateful for what they had, instead of bitter about what they could not keep. This is a pattern with Mabel. She falls in love easily. She opens her heart fully, and she gets hurt over and over again. Norman is a pile of gnomes. Gideon is a psychopath. Mermando leaves. Every boy she likes either betrays her or abandons her, or turns out to be something other than what she hoped. And yet, she keeps trying. She keeps opening her heart. She keeps choosing vulnerability. This teaches you that choosing joy requires courage. It requires being willing to get hurt. It requires accepting that love is risky and doing it anyway. Mabel gets her heart broken repeatedly throughout the series, but she does not become cynical. She does not close herself off. She does not decide that love is not worth it. She just keeps trying. She keeps hoping. She keeps believing that the next person might be different. In Dipper and Mabel versus the future, everything falls apart. This is the beginning of the end of the series. The summer is almost over. Dipper and Mabel are about to turn 13. They are about to become teenagers. They are about to go home. And both of them are dealing with this in different ways. Dipper is excited. He has been offered the chance to stay in Gravity Falls as Ford's apprentice. He sees this as his opportunity to become who he wants to be. He sees this as his chance to do something important. He wants to say yes. He wants to stay. But he knows this means leaving Mabel. It means splitting up. Mabel does not know about this yet. She is dealing with her own crisis. She is realizing that growing up means things change. Her friends are going to different high schools. Dipper is becoming more distant. The future is uncertain and scary, and Mabel does not want things to change. She wants to stay in Gravity Falls forever. She wants the summer to never end. She wants to freeze this moment where things are good and simple and fun. She tries to plan a birthday party. She tries to create one more perfect moment before everything changes. But everything goes wrong. The party is a disaster. Dipper tells her he might stay in Gravity Falls without her. Wendy tells her that high school is terrible, and everything changes, and you lose touch with people. And Mabel has a complete breakdown. Bill Cipher appears and offers her a deal. He offers her a world where summer never ends, a world where she never has to grow up, a world where everything stays perfect forever. And Mabel, in her moment of pain and fear, gives Bill what he needs to start Weird Mageddon. This is Mabel's lowest moment. This is the moment where choosing joy goes wrong, because she was not choosing real joy. She was choosing escape. She was choosing fantasy over reality. She was choosing comfort over growth, and that choice has catastrophic consequences. Bill uses what Mabel gave him to create Weird Mageddon, an apocalyptic event that nearly destroys the world. The town is overrun by demons and monsters. People are turned into stone. Reality itself starts falling apart. And it is partially Mabel's fault. Her desire to avoid pain, her desire to stay happy forever, her inability to accept change, these things led to disaster. Mabel has to face this. She has to acknowledge what she did. And when she is trapped in the perfect prison Bill created for her, a bubble where summer never ends and everything is exactly how she wants it, she has to choose to leave. She has to choose reality over fantasy. She has to choose growth over comfort. She has to choose real joy, complicated and difficult, over fake joy, easy and empty. This is the most important moment for understanding what choosing joy actually means. It does not mean avoiding pain. It does not mean escaping into fantasy. It does not mean pretending everything is fine when it is not. Real joy requires facing reality. Real joy requires accepting change. Real joy requires growing, even when growth is painful. Mabel leaves the bubble. She faces the apocalypse. She fights alongside her family. And she accepts that the summer will end. She accepts that things will change. She accepts that growing up is inevitable. But she does not become cynical. She does not lose her optimism. She just learns to hold joy and sorrow at the same time. She learns to be happy about what she has, while also being sad about what she is losing. In the finale, when they defeat Bill and save the world, Mabel and Dipper get on a bus to go home. The summer is over. They are leaving Gravity Falls. They are leaving Grunkle Stan and Ford. They are leaving Wendy and Seuss and all their friends. They are going back to normal life. They are becoming teenagers. Everything is changing. And Mabel cries. She is sad. She does not pretend she is not. But she also smiles. She also hugs Dipper. She also looks back at Gravity Falls with gratitude. She holds both emotions at once. She is sad to leave and happy for what they had. She is scared of the future and excited for new adventures. She is mourning the end of summer and celebrating what they experienced. This is what choosing joy without losing depth looks like. It looks like feeling everything. It looks like not running from sadness, but also not letting sadness be the only story. It looks like acknowledging that life is complicated and beautiful and painful and wonderful all at the same time. Mabel teaches you that you do not have to choose between being happy and being aware. You do not have to choose between optimism and realism. You do not have to choose between joy and depth. You can have both. You can be someone who sees the darkness in the world and still chooses to create light. You can be someone who gets hurt and still chooses to love. You can be someone who faces loss and still chooses gratitude. This is not easy. This is not natural. The easy response to pain is either to become numb or to become bitter. The easy response to disappointment is to stop hoping. The easy response to heartbreak is to stop loving. But Mabel shows you that there is another way. You can feel the pain and choose joy anyway. You can acknowledge the darkness and create beauty anyway. You can face reality and still maintain hope. So choose joy without losing depth. Feel everything. Love openly. Create freely. Be vulnerable. Get hurt. Heal. Try again. Do not let pain make you hard. Do not let disappointment make you cynical. Do not let loss make you closed. Stay open. Stay hopeful. Stay joyful. Not because everything is fine, but because joy is a choice you make, regardless of circumstances. That is what Mabel learns. That is what Gravity Falls teaches. And that is what you can carry forward into your own life. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Joy gives you the strength to face darkness, but accepting that growing up doesn't mean growing cold determines whether you can carry that joy into adulthood. Accept that growing up doesn't mean growing cold. Dipper and Mabel Pines are 12 years old at the beginning of Gravity Falls. They are about to turn 13 at the end. They are on the edge of becoming teenagers. They are leaving childhood behind, and both of them are terrified of what this means. They are terrified that growing up will require them to become different people. They are terrified that maturity means losing the things that make them who they are. This is the third lesson Gravity Falls teaches. Accept that growing up does not mean growing cold. You can become mature without becoming cynical. You can gain wisdom without losing wonder. You can take on adult responsibilities without abandoning the things you love about being young. Growing up is inevitable. Growing cold is a choice. Throughout the series, Dipper struggles with wanting to be taken seriously. He is the youngest person in most situations. Adults dismiss him because he is a kid. Teenagers ignore him because he is not cool. Even other kids sometimes do not respect him because he is small and awkward and earnest. And Dipper desperately wants to be seen as mature. He wants to be seen as smart and capable and worthy of respect. In Clone High, Dipper uses a copier to make clones of himself so he can be in multiple places at once. He has too much to do. Mabel wants him to go to a party with her. Suze needs help with something. Stan needs him to work at the Mystery Shack. And Dipper wants time to study the journal. He cannot do everything, so he makes copies of himself to handle different tasks. At first, this seems like a good solution. The clones do what they are supposed to do. Each one handles a different responsibility. Dipper can be everywhere at once. But then the clones start developing their own personalities. They start wanting different things. And they realize that the original Dipper is planning to get rid of them once they are no longer useful. They are just tools to him. They are disposable. The clones rebel. They kidnap the original Dipper. They argue about which one of them is the real Dipper. They fight over who gets to be the one who survives. And the situation devolves into chaos. Eventually, Dipper has to reabsorb all the clones. They all merge back into one person. And he is left with the memories and perspectives of all of them. This episode shows that trying to be everything to everyone, trying to handle every responsibility, trying to be mature enough to never need help, this approach does not work. Dipper thought being grown up meant being self-sufficient. He thought it meant never saying no. He thought it meant handling everything on his own. But that is not maturity. That is just stress. That is just burning yourself out. Real maturity is knowing your limits. Real maturity is asking for help. Real maturity is saying no to some things so you can say yes to the things that matter most. Dipper learns this. He learns that he does not have to do everything. He can be 12 years old. He can need his sister. He can need his friends. He can need adults. And that does not make him weak. It makes him human. In Into the Bunker, Dipper decides to tell Wendy that he has a crush on her. This is terrifying for him. Wendy is older. She is cooler. She is out of his league. And Dipper is convinced that if he tells her how he feels, she will reject him and everything will be awkward forever. But he cannot keep hiding his feelings. He cannot keep pretending. So he plans to tell her. They go exploring an underground bunker from the Cold War era. They find experiments. They find monsters. They find a shapeshifter that has been trapped there for decades. And the shapeshifter attacks them. It can transform into anything. It can become anyone. It uses their fears against them. It becomes Wendy to manipulate Dipper. It becomes Dipper to confuse Wendy. In the middle of fighting for their lives, Dipper's secret comes out. The shapeshifter, while pretending to be Dipper, says out loud that he has a crush on Wendy, and Wendy hears it. The secret is out. There is no taking it back, and Dipper is mortified. This is not how he wanted her to find out. This is not the right moment. Everything is ruined, but they survive. They escape the bunker, and Wendy talks to him. She is kind. She is honest. She tells him she is flattered, but she cannot date him. He is too young. She likes him as a friend. She values their friendship, but romance is not possible, and she does not want things to be weird between them. Dipper is devastated. He got rejected. His worst fear came true, but he also feels relief. The secret is out. He does not have to hide anymore. He does not have to pretend. And Wendy is not treating him differently. She still wants to be his friend. She still respects him. She still values him. The rejection did not destroy everything. This teaches you something important about maturity. Mature people can handle rejection. Mature people can accept that not everyone will return their feelings. Mature people can be vulnerable and survive the consequences. Dipper could have let this rejection make him bitter. He could have decided that romance is stupid and feelings are weakness. He could have closed himself off, but he does not do that. He accepts what happened. He processes his emotions, and he moves forward. For the rest of the series, Dipper and Wendy remain friends. Real friends. Not fake friendship, hiding secret feelings. Real friendship where both people are honest about where they stand. Dipper does not spend every episode pining after someone who does not want him. He lets it go. He accepts reality. And their friendship becomes stronger because of that honesty. This shows that growing up does not mean you stop having feelings. It does not mean you stop getting hurt. It just means you learn how to handle those feelings and that hurt in healthier ways. You learn to be vulnerable without falling apart. You learn to be rejected without becoming resentful. You learn to love people even when they do not love you, back in the way you hoped. In Dungeons, Dungeons, and More Dungeons, Dipper meets Ford and discovers they have a shared interest in a role-playing game. They start playing together. They bond over this game. And Dipper is thrilled. Finally, an adult who understands him. Finally, someone who shares his interests. Finally, someone who does not think he is weird for liking nerdy things. Stan does not understand the appeal. Stan thinks the game is stupid. He thinks it is a waste of time. He thinks Dipper and Ford are being childish, and he makes fun of them for it. He mocks their enthusiasm. He rolls his eyes at their excitement, and this creates tension. Dipper feels like Stan is telling him to grow up. Stan feels like Dipper is choosing Ford over him. But then the game becomes real. Magic brings the game characters into the real world, and suddenly they're fighting actual monsters. Stan has to help them, and through fighting together, Through solving problems together, Stan starts to understand why Dipper loves this game. It is not just about rolling dice. It is about imagination. It is about creativity. It is about storytelling. It is about bonding with people over shared adventures. By the end of the episode, Stan joins the game. He creates his own character. He participates. He has fun. And Dipper realizes that Stan was not trying to tell him to grow up. Stan was just feeling left out. Stan wanted to connect with Dipper, but did not know how. And once they found a way to include him, everything was fine. This episode teaches that maturity does not mean abandoning the things you love. It does not mean you have to stop playing games, or having hobbies, or being enthusiastic about things that make you happy. You can be mature and still play pretend. You can be mature and still get excited about fiction. You can be mature and still love things that society considers childish. Maturity is about how you treat people and how you handle responsibilities. It is not about what you enjoy in your free time. In the last Mabelcorn, Dipper and his friends have to find a unicorn to get magical hair that will protect the Mystery Shack from Bill Cipher. They find a unicorn named Celestabel Bethabel, who lives in an enchanted glade. The unicorn is beautiful and magical, and also incredibly judgmental. She tells Mabel that only someone who is pure of heart can take her hair. And she tells Mabel that Mabel is not pure of heart. This devastates Mabel. She tries to prove she is pure. She does good deeds. She helps people. She tries to be perfect. But the unicorn keeps rejecting her. The unicorn keeps finding faults. And Mabel starts to spiral. She starts to believe that she is not good enough. She starts to believe that she is fundamentally flawed. Eventually, Mabel realizes that the unicorn is full of it. The unicorn is not some moral authority. The unicorn is just mean. The unicorn enjoys making people feel bad about themselves. And Mabel does not have to accept the unicorn's judgment. She does not have to prove herself to someone who has already decided she is not good enough. So she stops trying to be pure. She stops trying to be perfect. She just takes the hair by force. She breaks into the unicorn's house and steals it. And this works because purity is not about being perfect. It is not about never making mistakes. It is not about always being kind and sweet and selfless. Purity is about being honest. It is about being yourself. It is about refusing to let others define your worth. Mabel is pure of heart because she is genuine. She is pure of heart because she loves openly and honestly. She is pure of heart because she does not pretend to be something she is not. This episode shows that growing up means learning to reject false standards. It means learning that not everyone's opinion matters. It means learning to define yourself instead of letting others define you. The unicorn represented societal expectations. The unicorn represented all the voices that tell you that you are not good enough unless you meet certain standards. And Mabel learned to ignore those voices. She learned to trust her own judgment of herself. In Weirdmageddon, when Bill Cipher takes over Gravity Falls and reality starts to collapse, Dipper has to grow up fast. He has to lead a resistance. He has to make life or death decisions. He has to be brave when everyone else is terrified. He has to protect people. And this is the ultimate test of his maturity. Dipper does not have adults to rely on anymore. Ford is captured. Stan is turned to stone. The town is in chaos. And Dipper, a 12-year-old kid, has to figure out how to save everyone. This is the kind of responsibility that would break most people. This is the kind of pressure that would make most people give up. But Dipper does not give up. He rises to the occasion. He becomes the leader the situation requires. But he does not do it alone. He relies on Mabel. He relies on Wendy. He relies on Seuss and the other townspeople. He asks for help. He delegates. He listens to other people's ideas. He stays humble. And this is what makes him an effective leader. Not his intelligence, not his courage, his willingness to work with others, his willingness to admit he does not have all the answers. This shows that real maturity is not about being independent. It is not about doing everything yourself. Real maturity is about understanding interdependence. It is about knowing when to lead and when to follow. It is about building teams and trusting people and creating systems where everyone contributes. Dipper grows up during Weirdmageddon, but he does not grow cold. He does not become hard or distant or cynical. He just becomes capable. He becomes someone people can count on. In the finale, after they defeat Bill, Dipper and Mabel have one final conversation with Stan and Ford. The twins are getting on a bus to go home. They are leaving Gravity Falls, and Stan gives them advice. He tells them that growing up is going to be hard. He tells them that life is going to throw challenges at them. He tells them that they are going to face situations that test them. But he also tells them to stick together. He tells them to never lose each other. He tells them that the bond they have is the most important thing they will ever have. This is the thesis of the entire show. Growing up does not mean growing apart. Growing up does not mean becoming isolated. Growing up does not mean losing the people and things you love. You can be mature and still be close with your siblings. You can be mature and still play games. You can be mature and still believe in magic. You can be mature and still get excited about mysteries. You can be mature and still love deeply and openly. The tragedy is that many people do grow cold as they grow up. They lose their wonder. They lose their enthusiasm. They lose their ability to be vulnerable. They become cynical and jaded and closed off. They decide that caring too much is weakness. They decide that enthusiasm is embarrassing. They decide that protecting themselves is more important than connecting with others. And they end up lonely and bitter and disconnected from the things that used to make them happy. Gravity Falls shows you that this is not inevitable. Dipper and Mabel grow up. They become more mature. They take on more responsibility. They handle harder situations. But they do not lose themselves. They do not abandon each other. They do not become cold. They just become stronger versions of who they already were. So accept that growing up does not mean growing cold. You can become wiser without becoming cynical. You can become responsible without becoming rigid. You can become mature without becoming closed off. Growing up is about adding skills and knowledge and capability. It is not about subtracting joy and wonder and love. Do not let the world convince you that maturity requires hardness. Do not let disappointment make you bitter. Do not let hurt make you cruel. Grow up while staying warm. That is what Dipper and Mabel learn. That is what Gravity Falls teaches. And that is what you can carry forward into your own life. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Staying warm as you grow requires protecting the relationships that matter. And that means understanding what real family looks like. Family means showing up even when it's hard. Stan Pines runs the Mystery Shack. He is a con man. He lies to tourists. He sells fake merchandise. He charges too much for everything. He seems like he only cares about money. He seems selfish and dishonest and cynical. And for most of the first season, this is all you see. Stan is the grumpy uncle who took in Dipper and Mabel for the summer, but does not seem particularly interested in actually parenting them. He makes them work at his tourist trap. He feeds them cheap food. He barely supervises them. He seems like he is just doing the minimum required to fulfill his obligation to their parents. But this is not the truth. This is not who Stan actually is. And as the series unfolds, you discover that everything Stan does, every lie he tells, every scheme he runs, every dollar he hoards, all of it serves a single purpose. He is trying to bring his brother back. This is the fourth lesson Gravity Falls teaches. Family means showing up even when it is hard. Family means sacrificing for people who might not appreciate it. Family means doing the right thing, even when nobody knows you are doing it. Family means staying committed, even when the relationship is broken. Love is not just a feeling. Love is action sustained over time. Stan and Ford were twins. They were best friends as children. They did everything together. They built a boat. They dreamed of sailing around the world. They planned to have adventures together for their entire lives. But then something happened. Ford got accepted to a prestigious university. Ford was going to leave. Ford was going to have a future that did not include Stan. And Stan made a terrible mistake. He sabotaged Ford's science project. Not intentionally, not maliciously, but carelessly. And that sabotage cost Ford his admission to the university. Ford never forgave him. Ford blamed Stan for ruining his life. Their father kicked Stan out of the house. Stan was disowned. He was homeless. He was alone. And Ford went off to college anyway, to a different school, and built a life that did not include his brother. Years passed. Decades passed. Stan lived as a drifter. He ran scams. He was arrested multiple times. He had nothing. He was nobody. He was just a con man, barely surviving. Then, one day, Ford called him. After years of silence, after years of no contact, Ford reached out. He asked Stan to come to Gravity Falls. He said it was important. He said he needed help. And Stan went, despite everything, despite the fact that Ford had abandoned him, despite the fact that Ford had never forgiven him. Stan went, because that is what family does. You show up when you are called. But when Stan arrived, Ford was paranoid and desperate. Ford had been studying the supernatural. He had discovered things about Gravity Falls that drove him to the edge of sanity. He had built a portal to another dimension, and that portal had become dangerous. Ford wanted Stan to take one of his journals far away and hide it where nobody would ever find it. He wanted Stan to help him destroy everything he had built. They argued. Stan was angry that Ford only called him after 30 years because he needed something. Ford was angry that Stan showed up expecting things to just be okay between them. Old wounds reopened. They fought, and during that fight, Stan accidentally pushed Ford into the portal. The portal activated. Ford was pulled into another dimension, and the portal shut down. Stan was left alone in Ford's house with no way to bring his brother back. He could have left. He could have walked away. He could have decided that Ford got what he deserved for how he had treated Stan all those years. But Stan did not do that. Stan decided to bring Ford back, even though Ford hated him, even though Ford blamed him for everything, even though bringing Ford back would probably just result in more anger and blame. Stan decided to fix what he had broken. This decision defined the next 30 years of Stan's life. He taught himself physics. He taught himself engineering. He taught himself skills he never had and never wanted, just so he could operate the portal. He turned Ford's house into a tourist trap to fund the enormous electrical costs of running the portal. He lied to everyone about who he was. He pretended to be Ford. He took over Ford's identity. He lived a fake life for 3 decades, and nobody knew. Nobody knew that Stan was trying to save his brother. Nobody knew that everything he did was for Ford. Nobody knew that the grumpy con man running the Mystery Shack was actually spending every spare moment working on a machine he barely understood, trying to bring back someone who had rejected him. Stan showed up for Ford every single day for 30 years, and Ford did not even know he was doing it. This is what family means. This is what love looks like. Not the easy moments. Not the times when relationships are simple and everyone is happy. But the hard moments. The moments when you sacrifice for someone who does not appreciate it. The moments when you give everything for someone who might not even want your help. The moments when you stay committed, even when it would be easier to walk away. And not what he seems, the portal is about to activate. The government has discovered Stan's fake identity. They are coming to arrest him. The town is evacuating because the portal is causing earthquakes and dimensional rifts. Everything is falling apart, and Dipper and Mabel have to decide whether to trust Stan. Dipper has found evidence that Stan has been lying about everything. The journals warn that the portal is dangerous. Shutting it down seems like the obvious choice, but Mabel chooses to trust Stan. She chooses to believe that her uncle has a good reason for what he is doing. She chooses love over fear, and she is right. The portal brings Ford back. Stan's 30-year mission succeeds. His brother returns. And the first thing Ford does is punch Stan in the face. Ford is angry. He is angry that Stan activated the portal after Ford specifically told him not to. He is angry that Stan risked the entire universe to bring him back. He is angry that Stan stole his identity and turned his home into a tourist trap. He is angry about everything, and Stan just takes it. He does not defend himself. He does not explain. He does not ask for gratitude. He just accepts Ford's anger because that is what he expected all along. This moment is heartbreaking. Stan spent 30 years saving Ford. Stan sacrificed everything. Stan gave up his own identity, his own life, his own future. And Ford's first response is anger. Not gratitude, not relief, just anger. And this shows you something important about showing up for family. Sometimes they will not appreciate it. Sometimes they will not understand what you did for them. Sometimes they will respond to your sacrifice with anger or indifference or even resentment. And you have to decide if you're going to show up anyway. Stan does show up anyway, even after Ford punches him. Even after Ford makes it clear that he is still holding a grudge from 30 years ago. Even after Ford treats him like a burden instead of a savior. Stan stays. He helps Ford prepare for the coming danger from Bill Cipher. He participates in protecting the town. He does what needs to be done, because that is what family does. In A Tale of Two Stans, the full backstory is revealed. We see Stan and Ford as children. We see how close they were. We see the fight that tore them apart. We see Stan's 30 years of homelessness and failure and loneliness. We see every moment he spent trying to bring Ford back, and we see that Stan never stopped loving his brother, even when Ford rejected him, even when Ford cut him out of his life, even when Ford blamed him for everything. Stan never stopped considering Ford his family. This flashback episode changes how you see Stan. He is not just a con man. He is not just a grumpy uncle. He is someone who has been showing up for his family his entire life, even when his family did not show up for him. He is someone who defined love as action, not feeling. He is someone who proved that family is not about being perfect or even being close. It is about commitment. Ford eventually realizes this. It takes time. It takes working together. It takes facing danger side by side. But Ford eventually understands what Stan did for him. He understands the sacrifice. He understands the love. And he apologizes. He tells Stan that he was wrong. He tells Stan that Stan is a hero. He tells Stan that saving him was worth it. And this apology heals something that has been broken for 40 years. But here is the important part. Stan did not wait for the apology to show up. He did not make his love conditional on Ford's appreciation. He showed up first. He sacrificed first. He loved first. And eventually, that love was recognized. But it might not have been. Ford might have stayed angry forever, and Stan would have kept showing up anyway. That is what makes it real love. That is what makes it real family. Stan also shows up for Dipper and Mabel throughout the series. He is not a perfect guardian. He is not warm and fuzzy. He is not good at expressing emotions. But he is always there when they need him. In Scary OK, when Dipper accidentally summons zombies, Stan fights them off to protect the kids. In Gideon Rises, when Gideon takes over the Mystery Shack and tries to hurt the family, Stan comes up with a plan to take everything back. In every crisis, in every danger, Stan shows up. And Stan does this, even though Dipper and Mabel are not his kids. He did not ask for this responsibility. Their parents just shipped them off for the summer, and Stan took them in. He could have done the minimum. He could have just made sure they did not die and called it good enough. But he does not do that. He protects them. He cares about them. He becomes their family. In The Stanchurian Candidate, Stan runs for mayor because he wants to shut down the new safety regulations that are threatening his business. This seems selfish. This seems like Stan only caring about money again. But during the campaign, you see something else. You see that Stan genuinely cares about the town. He has lived here for 30 years. He knows everyone. He has relationships with people. And even though he acts like he does not care, even though he maintains his grumpy persona, he actually loves this community. He does not win the election. He loses badly because he is not good at being a politician. He is too honest about his flaws. He is too rough around the edges. But the fact that he tried shows something important. Stan shows up for his community the same way he shows up for his family. He participates. He contributes. He stays involved, even when it is hard or thankless. In Weirdmageddon, when Bill Cipher takes over Gravity Falls and turns Ford to stone, Stan steps up. He leads the resistance. He protects the survivors. He keeps fighting even when everything seems hopeless. And when they finally have a plan to defeat Bill, a plan that requires someone to let Bill into their mind so they can trap him, Stan volunteers. He knows this might destroy his mind. He knows this might erase his memories. He knows he might lose everything he is. But he volunteers anyway, because that is what the situation requires. That is what his family needs. The plan works. They trick Bill into entering Stan's mind instead of Ford's. They trap Bill inside Stan's consciousness. And then Ford uses the memory gun to erase Stan's mind, which destroys Bill. Stan saves the world, but the cost is that he loses all his memories. He does not remember Ford. He does not remember Dipper and Mabel. He does not remember the Mystery Shack or Gravity Falls or anything that happened over the summer. He sacrificed his entire identity to save his family. And then his family shows up for him. Dipper and Mabel spend the rest of the episode showing Stan photos and telling him stories. They try to help him remember. They try to bring him back. And slowly, piece by piece, Stan's memories return. Not because of magic, not because of science, but because of love. Because his family showed up for him the way he had always shown up for them. This is the complete lesson about family. Family means showing up even when it is hard. It means sacrificing even when your sacrifice is not appreciated. It means staying committed even when the relationship is broken. It means loving people through action, not just words. It means being there consistently over time. And it means that eventually, hopefully, that love is returned. Eventually, hopefully, the people you show up for will show up for you. But you cannot wait for them to go first. You cannot make your love conditional on theirs. You have to show up first. You have to sacrifice first. You have to prove through your actions over time that you are committed. And then, if you are lucky, if you are patient, if you stay consistent, the relationship heals. The love is recognized. The family becomes whole. Stan shows you what this looks like. 30 years of showing up for a brother who rejected him. An entire summer of protecting kids who are not his own. A lifetime of sacrificing for people who might not appreciate it. And in the end, it was worth it. In the end, his family came together. In the end, the love was recognized and returned. But Stan did not know that would happen. He did not show up because he expected a reward. He showed up because that is what family does. So, show up for your family, even when it is hard, even when they do not appreciate it, even when the relationship is broken, even when you do not get anything in return. Show up consistently over time. Prove your love through action. Sacrifice when necessary. Stay committed when it would be easier to walk away. And trust that eventually, hopefully, your family will show up for you, too. That is what Stan teaches. That is what Gravity Falls shows. And that is what you can carry forward into your own life. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Family requires sacrifice and presence, but real trust means accepting people's flaws without trying to fix them. Trust is built through honesty, not perfection. Ford Pines is a genius. He has 12 PhDs. He built a portal to another dimension. He studied anomalies that nobody else even knew existed. He is brilliant and accomplished and respected in his field, but he is also deeply flawed. He is arrogant. He is paranoid. He is obsessed with being special. And these flaws nearly destroy him and everyone he loves. Because Ford spent his entire life hiding his flaws instead of being honest about them. He spent his entire life trying to be perfect instead of building real trust with the people who cared about him. This is the fifth lesson Gravity Falls teaches. Trust is built through honesty, not perfection. You cannot build real relationships by pretending to be flawless. You cannot earn trust by hiding your struggles. You build trust by being vulnerable, by admitting your mistakes, by asking for help when you need it, by showing people who you really are, flaws and all, and trusting them to love you anyway. Ford was born with 6 fingers on each hand. This made him different. This made him a target for bullying. Other kids made fun of him. They called him a freak. They excluded him. And Ford internalized the message that being different was bad. He learned to hide his hands. He learned to be ashamed of the thing that made him unique. But then he met Stan, and Stan told him that his 6 fingers were not a flaw. They were cool. They made him special. They gave him an advantage. Stan reframed Ford's difference as a strength. This shaped how Ford saw himself. He decided that being special was good. He decided that being different meant being superior. And he spent the rest of his life chasing that feeling. He wanted to be the smartest person in the room. He wanted to make discoveries nobody else could make. He wanted to prove that he was not just different, but better. And this need to be special drove him to Gravity Falls. It drove him to study the supernatural. It drove him to build the portal. And it drove him to trust Bill Cipher. Bill appeared to Ford as a muse, a guide, a being of pure energy and knowledge who wanted to help Ford achieve greatness. Bill told Ford that he was special. Bill told Ford that together they could change the world. Bill offered Ford everything he had ever wanted: recognition, importance, the chance to make history. And Ford believed him. Ford trusted Bill because Bill told him what he wanted to hear. But Bill was lying. Bill was manipulating Ford. Bill did not care about Ford's greatness. Bill wanted to use the portal to enter the physical world and cause chaos. Bill was a demon, not a muse. And by the time Ford realized this, it was almost too late. He had already built the portal. He had already given Bill exactly what he needed. And Ford was alone with his mistake, because he had not been honest with anyone about what he was doing. Ford did not tell Stan what he was working on. Ford did not tell his research assistant McGucket what the portal was really for. Ford did not ask for help until the danger was undeniable. And by then, McGucket's mind had been damaged by seeing the other dimension. By then, Ford's paranoia had destroyed his friendships. By then, Ford had pushed away everyone who cared about him because he was too proud to admit he had made a mistake. This is what happens when you prioritize perfection over honesty. You isolate yourself. You handle problems alone. You make bigger mistakes because nobody is there to check you or warn you or offer perspective. Ford could have avoided decades of suffering if he had just been honest earlier, if he had admitted to someone that he was in over his head, if he had asked for help before things spiraled out of control. In Dipper and Mabel versus the Future, Ford offers to make Dipper his apprentice. This seems like an incredible opportunity. Ford is offering to teach Dipper everything he knows. Ford is offering mentorship and knowledge and adventure, and Dipper desperately wants to say yes, but Ford frames the offer in a specific way. He tells Dipper that Dipper is special. He tells Dipper that Dipper is smarter than other kids. He tells Dipper that Dipper deserves more than normal life. This is exactly what Bill told Ford decades earlier. This is the same manipulation. This is the same appeal to ego and exceptionalism. And Ford does not even realize he is doing it. He genuinely believes that Dipper is special. He genuinely believes that being special is the most important thing. He has not learned that his obsession with being exceptional is what got him into trouble in the first place. Dipper almost accepts. He almost says yes. He almost chooses to stay in Gravity Falls and become Ford's apprentice. But then he sees what this would cost. It would cost his relationship with Mabel. It would cost his normal life. It would cost his connection to his family. And Dipper realizes that being special is not worth being alone. He realizes that Ford's life, brilliant as it is also lonely and broken, and he does not want that for himself. This is the moment where Dipper chooses differently than Ford did. Ford chose exceptionalism over relationship. Ford chose being special over being connected, and that choice led to decades of isolation and pain. Dipper chooses connection. He chooses family. He chooses to be ordinary, if that is what it takes to keep the people he loves, and this choice saves him from Ford's fate. In Weirdmageddon, Part 2, Ford is captured by Bill. Bill turns him to stone as a trophy, and while Ford is frozen, helpless, watching Bill destroy everything, Ford has to confront his mistakes. He has to acknowledge that his arrogance led to this, his need to be special, his unwillingness to trust other people, his refusal to ask for help. All of it led directly to the apocalypse he is now witnessing. When Stan and the others rescue Ford, Ford is different. He is humbled. He is broken. He has been forced to face the consequences of his choices, and he starts being honest. He tells Stan the full truth about what happened. He tells Stan about Bill. He tells Stan about the portal. He tells Stan about everything he was too proud to admit before. And this honesty is what allows them to work together. This honesty is what makes their plan to defeat Bill possible. Ford also apologizes to Stan. For the first time in 40 years, Ford admits that he was wrong. He admits that Stan saved him. He admits that Stan's 30 years of sacrifice were heroic. He admits that he's been a terrible brother. And this apology is not easy for Ford. It goes against everything he has built his identity on. Admitting he was wrong means admitting he is not perfect. Admitting he needed Stan means admitting he is not self-sufficient. But Ford does it anyway. He chooses honesty over pride, and this honesty is what saves their relationship. Stan has spent 40 years showing up for Ford, but the relationship could not truly heal until Ford was honest, until Ford admitted his flaws, until Ford stopped pretending to be perfect and started being real. Trust cannot exist without honesty. Love cannot exist without vulnerability. And Ford finally understands this. In the finale, after Stan's memory is erased, Ford stays with him. Ford helps him recover. Ford tells him stories about their childhood. Ford shows him photos. Ford is patient and gentle and present. And this is completely different from how Ford has acted throughout most of the series. Earlier, Ford was distant and cold and focused on his work. But now, after being forced to be honest about his flaws, Ford is capable of real connection. He is capable of showing up for someone else. He is capable of putting relationship before achievement. This transformation shows that honesty about your flaws does not make you weaker. It makes you stronger. It makes you more capable of real relationships. It makes you more human. Ford spent his entire life trying to be superhuman, trying to be perfect, trying to be special, and it made him isolated and unhappy. But when he finally admitted his imperfections, when he finally asked for help, when he finally let people see his struggles, He became capable of the connections he had always wanted. McGucket also illustrates this lesson. McGucket was Ford's research partner. He helped build the portal. But the things he saw while working on the portal traumatized him. He saw the nightmare dimension. He saw things that human minds are not meant to see. And instead of being honest about his trauma, instead of asking for help, McGucket built a memory gun. He started erasing his own memories to cope with what he had experienced. At first, he only erased specific traumatic memories, but then he started erasing more. He erased entire days. He erased relationships. He erased skills. He became addicted to forgetting, and over the course of 30 years, he erased so much of himself that he became the town crazy person. He lost his mind. He lost his identity. He lost everything. All because he was not honest about his struggles. All because he tried to handle his trauma alone, instead of asking for help. In Society of the Blind Eye, Dipper and his friends discover what McGucket did. They find his memories stored in tubes. They see his entire descent into madness documented, and they offer to give him his memories back. They offer to restore everything he lost. But McGucket refuses. He is terrified of remembering. He is terrified of facing what he experienced. He would rather stay broken than be honest about his pain. But then he changes his mind. He realizes that living without his memories is not really living. He realizes that he has been hiding from himself. He realizes that honesty, even painful honesty, is better than comfortable lies. So he watches his memories. He faces his trauma. He remembers everything. And yes, it is painful. Yes, it is hard. But it is also real. And reality, even painful reality, is better than the fog he has been living in. McGucket starts to recover after this. He starts rebuilding his life. He reconnects with his son. He uses his genius for good instead of chaos. He helps save the town during Weirdmageddon. And all of this becomes possible because he chose honesty. He chose to face his past instead of hiding from it. He chose to be vulnerable instead of safe. This pattern appears throughout Gravity Falls. The characters who are honest about their flaws are the ones who build real relationships. The characters who pretend to be perfect are the ones who end up isolated. Dipper is honest about his insecurities, and this honesty helps him connect with others who feel the same way. Mabel is honest about her heartbreaks, and this honesty helps her process them and move forward. Stan is honest about being a con man, and this honesty makes his genuine love for his family more powerful. But the characters who hide their flaws suffer. Gideon pretends to be a psychic, but is really just a manipulative child. And this dishonesty destroys any real relationship he might have had. Pacifica pretends to be perfect and happy, but is really miserable under her parents' control. And this dishonesty keeps her isolated until she finally admits the truth. Bill Cipher is dishonest about everything, and this dishonesty is ultimately what leads to his defeat. The lesson is clear. Trust is built through honesty, not perfection. You do not build real relationships by pretending you have it all together. You build them by admitting when you do not. You build them by being vulnerable about your struggles. You build them by asking for help when you need it. You build them by showing people who you really are, including the parts you are ashamed of, and trusting them to accept you anyway. This is scary. Being honest about your flaws means risking rejection. It means people might judge you. It means they might use your vulnerability against you. But it is the only way to build something real. Pretending to be perfect might protect you from judgment, but it also protects you from connection. And connection is what makes life meaningful. So be honest about your struggles. Admit your mistakes. Ask for help. Show people your flaws. Stop trying to be perfect and start trying to be real. The people who matter will accept you. The people who do not accept you were never going to be real friends anyway. Trust is built through honesty. Love is built through vulnerability. And real relationships, the kind that last, the kind that matter, can only exist when both people are willing to be imperfect together. That is what Ford learns. That is what McGucket learns. That is what Gravity Falls teaches. And that is what you can carry forward into your own life. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Honesty builds trust, but navigating the complicated space between right and wrong requires wisdom that honesty alone cannot provide. Not everything is black and white. Gravity Falls is full of monsters. There are gnomes and ghosts and demons and shapeshifters and creatures that defy classification. And when you first encounter these creatures, they seem simple. They seem evil. They seem like threats that need to be defeated. But as the series continues, you realize that most of these creatures are not purely evil. They have reasons for what they do. They have histories. They have pain. And the line between hero and villain is much blurrier than it first appears. This is the 6th lesson Gravity Falls teaches. Not everything is black and white. The world is complicated. People are complicated. Monsters are complicated. You cannot divide everything into good and evil, right and wrong, heroes and villains. Most situations require nuance. Most conflicts do not have clear answers. And the ability to see gray, to understand complexity, to hold multiple truths at once. This is what wisdom looks like. In the very first episode, Tourist Trapped, Dipper discovers that Norman is actually a bunch of gnomes stacked on top of each other. The gnomes kidnap Mabel because they need a queen. They want to force her to marry them. This seems like a clear case of good versus evil. The gnomes are villains. They need to be stopped. And Dipper does stop them. He rescues Mabel and drives the gnomes away. But later in the series, the gnomes appear again. And they are not monsters. They are just trying to survive. They live in the forest. They have a society. They have needs. They wanted a queen because their previous queen left them, and they have been struggling without leadership. Their method was wrong. Kidnapping is wrong. But their motivation was not evil. They were not trying to hurt Mabel. They were just desperate and stupid. They made a terrible choice because they did not know better. This does not excuse what they did. This does not mean Dipper was wrong to stop them. But it complicates the story. The gnomes are not pure evil. They are just creatures trying to survive in a world that does not care about them. And this pattern repeats throughout the series. Almost every monster has a reason for what they do. Almost every villain has a backstory that explains their behavior. And understanding these reasons does not excuse the behavior, but it does change how you see the situation. In The Inconveniencing, Dipper and his friends encounter ghosts at an abandoned convenience store. The ghosts are hostile. They possess people. They cause chaos. They seem like classic evil spirits. But when Dipper investigates, he learns that the ghosts are teenagers who died in a fire decades ago. They are angry and bored and trapped. They have been stuck in the store for so long that tormenting the living is the only entertainment they have left. Are they wrong to possess people? Yes. Are they dangerous? Yes. Do they need to be stopped? Yes. But are they evil? That is harder to answer. They are victims who became victimizers. They are suffering, and they are making others suffer. They are trapped in a cycle of pain that they do not know how to escape. And when Dipper beats them at their own game, when he proves he can outsmart them, they let everyone go. They honor their agreement. They show that they are capable of keeping their word. This shows that even hostile spirits have some kind of code. Even monsters have rules they follow. And if you can understand those rules, if you can navigate the complexity of the situation, you can find solutions that do not require violence or destruction. You can resolve conflicts through understanding rather than force. In Boss Mabel, Mabel takes over running the Mystery Shack for a few days. Stan bets her that she cannot handle it. He thinks she is too soft. He thinks she will let employees walk all over her. He thinks she will prioritize being liked over being effective. And at first, it seems like Stan might be right. Mabel tries to make everyone happy. She gives Seuss and Wendy time off. She is generous and kind, and the business suffers because of it. But then Mabel realizes that running a business is more complicated than just being nice. She has to make hard choices. She has to say no to people. She has to prioritize the needs of the business over individual desires. But she also realizes that Stan's approach is too harsh. Stan treats employees as disposable. He does not care about their well-being. He only cares about profit. And this creates resentment. This creates a toxic workplace. Mabel finds a middle path. She is kind but firm. She cares about her employees, but also holds them accountable. She creates a work environment where people feel valued, but also understand expectations. And by the end of the bet, she has run the Mystery Shack successfully, not by being purely soft like Stan expected, not by being purely hard like Stan does, but by being both, by understanding that management requires holding multiple truths at once. This episode teaches that leadership is complicated. You cannot just be nice and expect things to work, but you also cannot just be harsh and expect loyalty. You have to find balance. You have to hold the complexity. You have to be both compassionate and firm, both understanding and demanding, both flexible and consistent. The world does not reward simple approaches. The world rewards nuance. In Northwest Mansion Mystery, Dipper is hired to solve a ghost problem at the Northwest Manor. The Northwests are the richest family in Gravity Falls. They are snobbish and cruel. They look down on everyone. And when their mansion is haunted, they refuse to cancel their fancy party. They just want Dipper to get rid of the ghost quietly so they can continue impressing their wealthy friends. The ghost is a lumberjack who died 150 years ago. The Northwests promised to let the common people attend a celebration at their mansion, but when the time came, they broke their promise. They kept the party exclusive. They locked the gates, and the lumberjack died outside in the rain, furious at their betrayal. He has been haunting them ever since. Every year, he returns to punish them for their broken promise. At first, this seems simple. The Northwests are villains. They are classist and selfish. They deserve to be haunted. And the ghost is justified in his anger. He was wronged. He deserves justice. But then the ghost starts killing people. innocent party guests who had nothing to do with the original betrayal. And suddenly, the situation is more complicated. The ghost has a right to be angry. The Northwest did wrong him. But murder is not justice. Killing innocent people is not revenge. It is just more evil. And Dipper has to stop the ghost, even though the ghost has legitimate grievances. He has to protect the Northwests, even though they are terrible people, because the alternative is letting innocent people die. But the solution is not just defeating the ghost. The solution is addressing the original wrong. Pacifica, the current Northwest heir, realizes this. She realizes that her family's legacy is built on broken promises and cruelty. She realizes that they have been lying about who they are for generations, and she decides to change it. She opens the gates. She lets the common people into the party. She fulfills the promise her ancestors broke 150 years ago, and this satisfies the ghost. He is finally at peace. His anger is resolved not through violence, but through justice, not through punishment, but through correction. And Pacifica learns that being a good person is more important than protecting her family's reputation. That doing the right thing sometimes means betraying your own people. That complexity requires courage. This episode shows that most conflicts have roots in historical wrongs. That anger often has legitimate causes. That villains are often victims first. But it also shows that understanding the cause of someone's anger does not mean accepting violent responses. You can hold both truths. The ghost was wronged, and the ghost was wrong to murder people. Both things are true, and the solution requires addressing both truths. In The Stanchurian Candidate, Stan runs for mayor, and during his campaign, he is forced to participate in a debate. He is terrible at it. He is honest about his flaws. He admits he is a con man. He admits he only cares about his own business interests. He does not pretend to be something he is not, and people hate him for it. His opponent, a man named Bud Gleeful, is Gideon's father. Bud is friendly and polite and seems like a nice guy. Everyone likes him. Everyone thinks he would be a great mayor. But Bud is also Gideon's enabler. He allows his son to be a monster. He ignores Gideon's crimes. He protects Gideon from consequences. And this makes Bud complicit in Gideon's evil. So, who is the better choice? Stan, who is openly flawed but genuinely cares about Gravity Falls? Or Bud, who seems nice but enables genuine evil? This is not a simple question. This is not black and white. Both candidates have serious problems. Both candidates would make questionable mayors, and the voters have to choose between imperfect options. Stan loses the election, not because Bud is better, but because Stan is too honest about his flaws. He does not know how to perform niceness. He does not know how to pretend. And in politics, in social situations, in many areas of life, people prefer comfortable lies to uncomfortable truths. They prefer someone who seems good to someone who is honestly flawed. This episode teaches that the world often rewards performance over substance, that looking good is often more valued than being good, that complexity makes people uncomfortable, and they will choose simplicity even when simplicity is a lie. And this is frustrating. This is unfair, but it is also reality. And navigating reality requires understanding this complexity in Dipper and Mabel verses. The future, Blendon Blandon appears and offers Mabel a deal. Blendon is a time traveler who has appeared in previous episodes. He seems like a neutral character. He is not good or evil. He is just a time cop trying to do his job. And when he offers to give Mabel something she wants in exchange for a small favor, it seems harmless. But Blendon is possessed by Bill Cipher. Bill is using Blendon's body to manipulate Mabel, and Mabel does not know this. She sees Blendon as a friend. She trusts him, and this trust is what allows Bill to trick her into giving him the rift that protects Gravity Falls. Mabel thinks she is just getting a snow globe. She thinks she is just accepting a gift from a friend. She has no idea she is handing over the one thing preventing an apocalypse. This shows that evil often disguises itself as neutral or even good. That manipulation often comes from people you trust, that you cannot always tell who is safe and who is dangerous. Blendon is not evil, but he is being used by evil. And from Mabel's perspective, there is no way to tell the difference. She makes a reasonable choice based on the information she has. And that reasonable choice leads to catastrophe. This is the hardest part about moral complexity. Sometimes you make the right choice with the information you have, and things still go wrong. Sometimes bad people disguise themselves so well that you cannot see through them until it is too late. Sometimes the world is so complicated that even your best judgment fails you, and you have to live with the consequences anyway. Bill Cipher himself represents the complexity of evil. Bill is clearly a villain. He is a demon who wants to cause chaos and suffering. He tortures people for fun. He has no empathy. He is genuinely evil in almost every way. But Bill is also entertaining. He is funny. He is charming. He makes jokes. He has style. And this makes him complicated. You know, Bill is evil. The show tells you over and over that Bill is evil. But part of you still enjoys watching him. Part of you still finds him entertaining. Part of you still laughs at his jokes. And this creates cognitive dissonance. How can you enjoy someone who is evil? How can you be entertained by someone who causes suffering? This is the complexity the show is exploring. Bill represents the way evil can be seductive, the way harmful people can be charismatic, the way you can know intellectually that someone is bad for you and still be drawn to them. Bill shows that understanding someone is evil does not always translate to feeling like they are evil. And this gap between knowing and feeling is where a lot of real-world harm happens. People stay in abusive relationships because their abuser is sometimes charming. People follow destructive leaders because those leaders are charismatic. People make terrible choices because evil does not always feel evil in the moment. And Bill embodies this. He is undeniably evil, but he is also undeniably entertaining. And the show lets you sit with that discomfort instead of resolving it neatly. In Weirdmageddon, Bill creates an apocalypse. He turns people into stone. He creates monsters. He warps reality. He causes immense suffering. And there is no ambiguity here. Bill has to be stopped. There is no gray area. He is destroying everything and everyone. But even in this apocalypse, even when Bill is at his most evil, the show acknowledges his complexity. Bill is a being from a two-dimensional world. He destroyed his own dimension, trying to show his people what he had discovered. He killed everyone he knew. And he has been alone in the space between dimensions for eons. He is insane. He is traumatized. He is desperate to feel something, anything, even if that feeling comes from causing chaos. He is evil, yes, but he is also damaged. He is also suffering in his own incomprehensible way. This does not excuse what he does. This does not mean he should not be stopped, but it adds layers. It adds complexity. It shows that even pure evil has causes. Even monsters have histories. And while you still have to stop them, while you still have to protect people from them, understanding their complexity makes you wiser. It makes you better equipped to recognize similar patterns in the future. The finale requires the ultimate moral complexity. To defeat Bill, someone has to let him into their mind and then have that mind erased. This is essentially suicide. This is self-sacrifice. And Stan volunteers. But the plan involves tricking Bill. It involves lying. It involves Stan pretending to be Ford and Ford pretending to be Stan. It involves deception and manipulation. Is this wrong? They are lying to save the world. They are tricking Bill to stop an apocalypse. The consequences of not doing this are catastrophic, but they are still using the same tools Bill uses. They are fighting deception with deception. They are fighting manipulation with manipulation. And this raises questions. Does fighting evil with its own tools make you evil? Does the end justify the means? How do you win against monsters without becoming monstrous yourself? The show does not answer these questions definitively. It just shows you the complexity. It shows you that even heroes have to make morally ambiguous choices. Even good people have to do things they are not proud of. Even the right choice can feel wrong, and you have to live with that complexity. You have to hold the tension between competing values. You have to accept that sometimes there are no clean answers. This is what wisdom looks like. Not having all the answers. Not seeing everything in black and white. But being able to hold complexity. Being able to see multiple perspectives. Being able to understand that most people are neither purely good nor purely evil. That most situations are neither clearly right nor clearly wrong. That most choices involve trade-offs and consequences that you cannot fully predict. So, accept that not everything is black and white. Stop looking for simple answers to complicated questions. Stop dividing people into heroes and villains. Stop believing that you can always identify the right choice. Sometimes you cannot. Sometimes you have to make your best guess with incomplete information. Sometimes you have to choose between imperfect options. Sometimes you have to accept that good people do bad things and bad people do good things, and most people are a complicated mix of both. This does not mean giving up on morality. This does not mean deciding that nothing matters. This means developing the wisdom to navigate a complicated world. This means learning to see nuance. This means holding multiple truths at once. This means being humble enough to admit when you do not have all the answers. This means being brave enough to make choices anyway. That is what Gravity Falls teaches. That is what wisdom requires. And that is what you can carry forward into your own life. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Understanding moral complexity prepares you to make hard choices, but facing your own darkness determines whether you can make them wisely. Face your shadow self. Every character in Gravity Falls has a dark side, a version of themselves they do not want to be, a set of impulses they try to suppress, a fear about who they might become. And throughout the series, these characters are forced to confront these shadow selves. They are forced to look at the parts of themselves they want to deny. They are forced to acknowledge their capacity for harm. And through this confrontation, they become stronger. They become more whole. They become more capable of making good choices because they understand what they are capable of when they make bad ones. This is the 7th lesson Gravity Falls teaches. Face your shadow self. Look at the parts of yourself you do not like. Acknowledge your capacity for cruelty, selfishness, cowardice. Do not pretend you are incapable of harm. Do not pretend you are purely good. Everyone has darkness inside them. The question is not whether you have darkness. The question is what you do with it. Do you deny it and let it control you unconsciously? Or do you face it and integrate it consciously? In Carpet Diem, Dipper and Mabel switch bodies using a magic carpet. This seems like a fun episode, a body swap comedy. They experience what it is like to be each other. They learn to appreciate each other's struggles. But underneath the comedy is something darker. When Dipper is in Mabel's body, he experiences how people dismiss her, how they do not take her seriously, how they treat her as less intelligent just because she is cheerful and feminine. And this makes him angry. This makes him realize how much Mabel has to deal with that he never noticed. When Mabel is in Dipper's body, she experiences his anxiety, his constant need to prove himself, his fear of being seen as weak or stupid, his exhausting internal monologue of self-criticism. And this makes her sad. This makes her realize how much Dipper suffers inside his own head, how much pressure he puts on himself, how little peace he has. But the darkest part of the episode comes when they refuse to switch back. They start to like being each other. Dipper likes being in a body where people have lower expectations. He likes not having to prove himself constantly. Mabel likes being in a body where people take her seriously. She likes being seen as smart. And they both realize something uncomfortable. They both have parts of them that want to escape their own identity. Parts of them that are tired of being themselves. Parts of them that would rather be someone else. This is the shadow. This is the part of yourself that wants to give up. The part that wants to escape. The part that is tired of being who you are. And everyone has this part. Everyone has moments where they wish they could be someone else, where being themselves feels like too much work, where their own identity feels like a burden. And Dipper and Mabel are forced to acknowledge this in themselves. Eventually, they switch back. They accept that they have to be themselves. They cannot escape into someone else's life. They cannot avoid their own struggles by becoming someone else. But the episode does not pretend this realization is easy. It does not pretend that accepting yourself is simple. It just shows that it is necessary. In Fight Fighters, Dipper accidentally brings a video game character to life. The character is a fighter named Rumble McSkirmish. Rumble is programmed to fight. That is his entire purpose. He exists to defeat enemies. And Dipper uses Rumble to fight Robbie, a teenager who has been bothering him. Dipper tells Rumble that Robbie is a bad guy. And Rumble, following his programming, tries to kill Robbie. This is when Dipper realizes what he has done. He used someone else to do violence he was not willing to do himself. He outsourced his anger. He let Rumble express the rage Dipper was feeling, but could not act on. And watching Rumble try to kill Robbie, Dipper sees his own capacity for harm. He sees that his anger, if given form, if given power, would be destructive. He has violent impulses. He has murderous thoughts. And if he had the ability to act on them without consequences, part of him would. This is terrifying to realize about yourself. That you are capable of wanting someone dead. That you have fantasies of hurting people who hurt you. That there is a version of you that would enjoy revenge. Dipper has to face this. He has to admit that he brought Rumble to life, not just to scare Robbie, but to hurt him. He wanted Robbie to suffer. And now he has to stop the manifestation of his own rage from killing someone. He succeeds. He stops Rumble. He sends him back into the video game. But he cannot unknow what he learned about himself. He cannot pretend he is not capable of destructive impulses. He has to integrate this knowledge. He has to accept that he has a violent side and choose not to act on it. This is different from pretending he does not have that side at all. In the Gulf War, Mabel competes against Pacifica in a mini golf tournament. Pacifica is cruel to Mabel. She mocks her. She cheats. She does everything she can to win. And Mabel becomes obsessed with defeating her. She stops caring about having fun. She stops caring about her friends. She only cares about winning. She becomes just as ruthless as Pacifica. Mabel does not like this about herself. She does not want to be the kind of person who cares more about victory than about people. But in the heat of competition, she becomes exactly that person. And she has to face it. She has to acknowledge that she has a competitive side that is willing to sacrifice relationships for success. That she has an ego that wants to prove itself superior. That she has a mean streak that emerges when she feels threatened. This is Mabel's shadow, the part of her that is not kind, the part of her that cares about status and winning and being better than others. She usually suppresses this part. She usually focuses on being cheerful and generous, but the shadow does not go away just because you ignore it, and when circumstances trigger it, it emerges, and you have to deal with it. Mabel eventually chooses to let go of winning. She chooses her friendship with her brother and her friends over beating Pacifica. But she does not pretend the competitive urge was not real. She does not pretend she was not tempted. She just chooses differently. And that choice is only meaningful because she acknowledged the temptation first. In sock opera, we see the clearest example of the shadow self. Bill Cipher possesses Dipper's body. And while in control of Dipper's body, Bill does things that Dipper would never do. He hurts himself. He acts cruel. He tries to destroy the journal. And watching Bill puppeteer his body, Dipper sees what he would look like if his worst impulses were in control. He sees what would happen if the part of him that is selfish and destructive had free rein. But Bill does not create these impulses. Bill just removes the inhibitions. Bill just turns off the part of Dipper that says no to his darker thoughts. And this means everything Bill does while possessing Dipper is drawn from Dipper's own mind. The capacity for those actions was already there. Bill just accessed it. And Dipper has to live with this knowledge. He has to acknowledge that the potential for cruelty exists inside him, that he is capable of harm if the right circumstances remove his self-control. This is true for everyone. You are capable of terrible things if the right circumstances remove your inhibitions. If you were hungry enough, if you were desperate enough, if you were angry enough, if you were scared enough, you could do things you cannot imagine yourself doing now. And facing this truth is essential, because if you pretend you are incapable of harm, you will not guard against those circumstances. You will not recognize when you are moving toward your shadow. You will not see the warning signs until it is too late. Stan's entire life is a confrontation with his shadow self. Stan is a con man. He lies. He cheats. He steals. He has been to prison multiple times. He has hurt people. He has failed at almost everything he has tried. And he knows this about himself. He does not pretend to be good. He does not pretend to be honorable. He acknowledges exactly who he is. And this acknowledgement is what allows him to choose differently when it matters. When Stan has to sacrifice his memory to save the world, he does not hesitate. He does not try to find another way. He does not put himself first, because Stan has already faced his shadow. He already knows he is capable of selfishness. He already knows he is capable of running away, and he chooses not to. He chooses sacrifice. And this choice is only meaningful because he knows what he is sacrificing. He knows that his instinct is self-preservation. He knows that his shadow would tell him to run, and he chooses the opposite. Ford's shadow is his arrogance, his need to be special, his belief that he is smarter than everyone else, and therefore does not need help. And Ford spends most of the series refusing to face this shadow. He refuses to admit that his arrogance is what allowed Bill to manipulate him. He refuses to admit that his need to be exceptional is what isolated him from his family. He refuses to admit that his intelligence does not make him superior to others. It takes the apocalypse for Ford to face this. It takes being captured and turned to stone and forced to watch his mistakes destroy the world for Ford to finally acknowledge his shadow. And when he does, when he finally admits his arrogance, he becomes capable of real connection. He becomes capable of working with others. He becomes capable of apologizing to Stan. He becomes capable of being a real brother instead of a superior genius. Gideon is consumed by his shadow. Gideon is a child who has been given too much power, too young. He has a magic amulet that gives him telekinetic abilities. He has fame and wealth and influence, and he uses all of this to try to control others. He becomes possessive. He becomes cruel. He becomes willing to hurt anyone who gets in his way. And he never faces his shadow. He never acknowledges that his behavior is wrong. He never looks at himself honestly. This is what happens when you refuse to face your shadow. It consumes you. It becomes your entire personality. You become the thing you refuse to acknowledge. Gideon could have been different. He could have recognized his controlling impulses and chosen to restrain them. But he did not. He embraced them, and he became a monster. Pacifica faces her shadow in Northwest Mansion Mystery. Pacifica's shadow is her learned cruelty. She has been taught to look down on poor people. She has been taught that her family status makes her better than others. She has been taught to value wealth and appearances over kindness and honesty. And for most of the series, she embodies these teachings. She is mean. She is dismissive. She is everything her parents raised her to be. But when she sees the ghost and understands the history of her family's cruelty, she has to make a choice. She can continue being what her parents want her to be. She can continue the cycle of cruelty that has defined her family for generations. Or she can face her shadow. She can acknowledge that she has been taught to be a bad person. She can admit that she has internalized these lessons. She can see herself clearly and choose to be different. She chooses differently. She opens the gates. She defies her parents. She breaks the cycle. And this choice is only possible because she faced her shadow, because she acknowledged what she had become and decided to change. If she had pretended she was already a good person, if she had denied her own cruelty, she would not have been able to change. Only by seeing herself clearly could she choose to be someone else. The shadow self is not something you defeat. It is not something you eliminate. It is something you integrate. You acknowledge it. You understand it. You accept that it is part of you. And then you make conscious choices about how to handle it. You do not let it control you unconsciously. You do not pretend it does not exist. You bring it into awareness, and you choose your actions despite its presence. This is what maturity looks like. Not pretending you are purely good, not denying your capacity for harm, but facing your darkness and choosing light anyway. Acknowledging your destructive impulses and choosing creation anyway. Seeing your selfishness and choosing generosity anyway. Recognizing your cowardice and choosing courage anyway. The choice only means something if you acknowledge the alternative. The light only matters if you have faced the dark. So face your shadow self. Look at the parts of yourself you do not like. Admit your capacity for cruelty. Acknowledge your selfish impulses. Recognize your destructive thoughts. Do not pretend they do not exist. Do not lie to yourself about who you are capable of being. Face it, accept it, integrate it, and then choose to act differently anyway. Choose to be better than your worst impulses. Choose to build instead of destroy. Choose to love instead of hurt. Choose light while acknowledging dark. That is what real strength looks like. That is what Gravity Falls teaches. That is what wisdom requires. And that is what you can carry forward into your own life. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Facing your darkness makes you stronger, but learning when to let go determines whether that strength becomes wisdom or stubbornness. Know when to let go. Dipper Pines spends the entire summer holding on. He holds on to mysteries. He holds on to the journal. He holds on to his crush on Wendy. He holds on to his childhood. He holds on to Gravity Falls. He holds on to the idea that if he just works hard enough, if he just learns enough, if he just solves enough puzzles, he can control his life. He can prevent bad things from happening. He can keep everything exactly the way he wants it. But life does not work that way. And the most important lesson Dipper has to learn is when to stop holding on, when to open his hands, when to let things go. This is the 8th lesson Gravity Falls teaches. Know when to let go. Not everything is meant to be kept. Not every problem is meant to be solved. Not every relationship is meant to last forever. Not every phase of life is meant to be permanent. You can love something deeply and still have to release it. You can value something enormously and still have to move past it. Holding on too tightly does not preserve what you love. It destroys it. And knowing when to let go is one of the hardest and most necessary skills you will ever develop. Into the bunker, Dipper finally tells Wendy about his crush. The secret comes out, and Wendy gently rejects him. She explains that she values their friendship. She explains that he is too young. She explains that romance is not possible between them. And Dipper has to let go of the fantasy he has been holding on to. All summer, he has to release the idea that Wendy will fall in love with him. He has to accept that some things are not going to happen, no matter how much he wants them to. This is devastating for Dipper. He has built so much of his summer around this crush. He has made so many choices based on trying to impress Wendy. He has fantasized about being with her, and now he has to grieve the loss of something that was never actually his. He has to mourn a relationship that only existed in his imagination. This is a specific kind of pain, the pain of letting go of what you hoped would happen, the pain of accepting that reality does not match your desires, but Dipper does let go. He accepts Wendy's answer. He does not become resentful. He does not decide that she led him on or that she owes him something. He does not let his disappointment ruin their friendship. He just accepts that this is not going to happen, and he adjusts his expectations accordingly. And this acceptance allows their friendship to continue. It allows them to have real connection without the weight of his unspoken feelings, creating distance between them. For the rest of the series, Dipper and Wendy are genuinely friends, not friends with hidden agendas, not friends where one person is secretly hoping for more, just friends. And this friendship is better than the alternative would have been. If Dipper had kept holding on to his crush, if he had kept hoping Wendy would change her mind, he would have missed out on the real relationship they actually have. He would have been so focused on what he wanted that he could not appreciate what was actually available. This teaches you something important about letting go. When you release what you want, you make room for what is actually possible. When you stop chasing even an impossible fantasy, you can engage with reality. And reality, even when it is not what you hoped for, is often better than the fantasy you were holding on to. Because reality is real. Reality can give you genuine connection. Fantasy can only give you loneliness. In Roadside Attraction, Dipper tries to get over Wendy by flirting with other girls. Stan takes him on a road trip and encourages him to practice talking to girls. Stan tells him that the best way to get over someone is to meet someone new. And Dipper takes this advice too far. He flirts with multiple girls. He uses the same lines on all of them. He treats them as practice rather than as real people. And all of these girls end up at the same place at the same time, and they realize Dipper was playing all of them. This episode shows what happens when you try to let go by replacing what you lost instead of actually processing the loss. Dipper did not really let go of Wendy. He just tried to cover up his feelings with other attractions. He tried to distract himself instead of dealing with his emotions. And this approach does not work. You cannot skip grief. You cannot avoid the work of letting go by just moving on to something else. You have to actually feel the loss. You have to actually release what you were holding. Otherwise, you are just carrying it with you into every new situation. By the end of the episode, Dipper apologizes to the girls he hurt. He admits that he was using them. He admits that he was not ready to move on, and he returns to Gravity Falls, having learned that letting go is not about finding a replacement. It is about accepting the loss and living with it. It is about being okay with the empty space where something used to be. It is about not rushing to fill that space just because emptiness is uncomfortable. In Dipper and Mabel versus the future, Dipper is offered the opportunity to stay in Gravity Falls as Ford's apprentice. This is everything Dipper thinks he wants. This is the chance to keep learning. This is the chance to keep solving mysteries. This is the chance to delay going home and becoming a teenager and facing high school and growing up. This is the chance to hold on to summer forever. And Dipper wants to say yes so badly, but saying yes means leaving Mabel. It means splitting up. It means breaking the promise they made to stick together. And Dipper has to decide what matters more: his intellectual curiosity and his desire to stay in Gravity Falls, or his relationship with his sister and his commitment to their shared life. This is the hardest choice Dipper faces in the entire series, because both options have real value. Both options represent something important, and choosing one means letting go of the other. Dipper almost chooses to stay. He almost tells Ford yes. He almost prioritizes his own desires over his relationship with Mabel. But then he sees Mabel's pain. He sees how much she is struggling with the idea of growing up. He sees how much she needs him, and he realizes that he cannot hold on to Gravity Falls if it means losing his sister. He has to let go of the apprenticeship. He has to let go of the fantasy of staying forever. He has to accept that summer is ending, and he has to go home. This choice breaks his heart. This is not easy. This is not a situation where the right choice is obvious and painless. This is a situation where the right choice hurts, where letting go of something good is necessary to preserve something better. And Dipper makes that choice. He chooses Mabel. He chooses family. He chooses to let go of what he wants in order to keep what he needs. Mabel also has to learn to let go. In the same episode, Mabel is confronted with the reality that summer is ending. She learns that her friends are going to different high schools. She learns that Dipper might stay in Gravity Falls without her. She learns that everything is about to change, and she cannot stop it. And she panics. She wants to hold on to summer forever. She wants to freeze time. She wants to prevent change from happening. Bill Cipher exploits this. Bill appears to Mabel in her moment of maximum vulnerability and offers her exactly what she wants. A world where summer never ends. A world where nothing changes. A world where she never has to let go of anything. And Mabel, in her pain and fear, accepts the offer. She gives Bill what he needs to start Weirdmageddon. She chooses fantasy over reality. She chooses holding on over letting go. And this choice nearly destroys everything. This is what happens when you refuse to let go. When you try to freeze time. When you try to prevent change. When you hold on so tightly that you damage what you are trying to preserve. Mabel's refusal to let go of summer creates an apocalypse. Her inability to accept change nearly ends the world, and she has to face the consequences of this choice. She has to acknowledge that her desire to avoid pain caused immense harm. In Weirdmageddon, Part 2, Mabel is trapped in a prison that Bill created specifically for her. It is a bubble where summer never ends, where she and her friends are always 12 years old, where everything is exactly how she wants it, where Dipper stayed in Gravity Falls with her, where her parents never fight, where high school never happens, where change never comes. It is perfect. It is exactly what she said she wanted, and it is a lie. Dipper comes to rescue her. He enters the bubble and finds Mabel living in this false paradise, and he has to convince her to leave. He has to convince her to let go of the fantasy and return to reality. He has to show her that holding on to a perfect fake world is worse than accepting an imperfect real one. And this is incredibly difficult, because part of Mabel does not want to leave. Part of her wants to stay in the bubble forever. Part of her wants to keep holding on. But Mabel makes the choice. She destroys the bubble from the inside. She lets go of the perfect summer. She accepts that things are going to change. She accepts that she has to grow up. She accepts that she cannot freeze time. And this acceptance is what frees her. This acceptance is what allows her to rejoin the fight. This acceptance is what makes her strong enough to face Weirdmageddon. This episode shows that letting go is not giving up. It is not admitting defeat. It is accepting reality. It is choosing truth over comfort. It is recognizing that you cannot control everything, and that trying to control everything causes more suffering than accepting what you cannot change. Mabel learns that holding on too tightly suffocates what you love, that trying to preserve something forever kills it, that the only way to honor what you have is to let it change. Stan also has to let go. Stan has to let go of 30 years of work. When the plan to defeat Bill requires erasing his memory, Stan has to let go of everything he has built. He has to let go of his identity. He has to let go of his memories of Ford. He has to let go of his memories of Dipper and Mabel. He has to let go of the Mystery Shack and Gravity Falls and everything he has spent 3 decades creating. And he does it. He does not hesitate. He lets go of everything because that is what is necessary to save his family. This is the ultimate lesson about letting go. Sometimes you have to release everything. Sometimes survival requires total sacrifice. Sometimes protecting what you love means losing your ability to remember why you love it. And Stan makes that choice. He lets go completely. He releases his grip on his own life. And this sacrifice saves the world. But the story does not end there. After Stan's memory is erased, his family does not let go of him. They hold on. They show him photos. They tell him stories. They help him remember. And slowly, piece by piece, Stan's memories return. Not all of them, not perfectly, but enough. Enough for him to recognize his family. Enough for him to remember what matters. Enough for him to be himself again. This shows that letting go and holding on are not opposites. They are partners. You have to know when to do each. Stan had to let go of his memories to save his family. His family had to hold on to Stan to bring him back. Both actions were necessary. Both actions were love. And wisdom is knowing which action the situation requires. In the finale, Dipper and Mabel get on a bus to go home. Summer is over. They are leaving Gravity Falls. They are leaving Stan and Ford. They are leaving Wendy and Seuss and all their friends. They are leaving the Mystery Shack. They are leaving the place where they had the most important summer of their lives. And they have to let it go. They have to accept that this chapter is ending. They have to accept that they are going home. They have to accept that they are becoming teenagers. They have to accept that things will never be exactly like this again. And they are sad. They cry. They hug everyone goodbye. They look back at the town as the bus pulls away. They grieve the loss, but they also smile. They also hold hands. They also look forward to whatever comes next. They let go of summer while holding on to each other. They release Gravity Falls while keeping the lessons they learned there. They accept that this phase of life is over while trusting that new phases will have their own value. This is what healthy letting go looks like. It is not pretending you do not care. It is not rushing past your grief. It is not forcing yourself to move on before you are ready. It is feeling the loss fully. It is honoring what you had. It is being grateful for the experience. And then it is releasing your grip. It is opening your hands. It is allowing what was to become what is. It is trusting that letting go does not erase what you experienced. It just makes room for what comes next. Throughout the series, characters who cannot let go suffer. Gideon cannot let go of his obsession with Mabel, and it destroys his life. McGucket cannot let go of his trauma, and it destroys his mind. Ford cannot let go of his need to be special, and it leads him to trust Bill. Blendon cannot let go of his resentment about losing a time anomaly tournament, and it allows Bill to possess him, holding on too tightly, refusing to release what hurts you, clinging to what needs to end. This causes immense suffering, but characters who learn to let go find peace. Dipper lets go of Wendy and finds real friendship. Mabel lets go of eternal summer and finds strength. Stan lets go of his memories and saves the world. Pacifica lets go of her family's expectations and becomes a better person. Wendy lets go of her fear of growing up and embraces change. Suze lets go of waiting for his father and builds a new family. Letting go is what allows growth. Letting go is what allows change. Letting go is what allows healing. The lesson is not that you should never hold on to anything. The lesson is that you need to know when holding on becomes harmful. When your grip becomes so tight that you are strangling what you love. When your refusal to accept change causes more damage than the change itself would. When your need to control prevents you from experiencing life. These are the moments when you need to let go. These are the moments when you need to open your hands and trust that what is meant to stay will stay, and what is meant to leave will leave. So know when to let go, feel your losses, grieve what ends, honor what you had, but do not cling to what needs to be released. Do not try to freeze time. Do not try to prevent change. Do not hold so tightly that you crush what you love. Let things change. Let people leave. Let chapters end. Let yourself move forward. Trust that letting go does not mean forgetting. Trust that releasing does not mean abandoning. Trust that you can love something deeply and still have to say goodbye to it. That is what Gravity Falls teaches. That is what wisdom requires. And that is what you can carry forward into your own life. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Letting go requires courage, but questioning what you've been taught determines whether you're releasing the right things. Question authority and tradition. Gravity Falls is a town built on secrets. The founding families have hidden the truth about how they made their wealth. The government has covered up evidence of the supernatural. Adults dismiss children's concerns. Authorities lie. Traditions are maintained without anyone questioning why. And throughout the series, the characters who make progress, who discover truth, who solve problems, are the ones who refuse to accept what they are told. They question. They investigate. They challenge authority. They reject traditions that do not serve them. They think for themselves. This is the 9th lesson Gravity Falls teaches. Question authority and tradition. Do not accept something just because an adult says it is true. Do not follow a rule just because it has always been that way. Do not trust an institution just because it has power. Do not maintain a tradition just because your family has always done it. Think for yourself. Investigate claims. Demand evidence. Challenge systems that harm people. Authority is not the same as truth. Tradition is not the same as wisdom. And blind obedience is not a virtue. From the very beginning, Dipper questions what he is told. In the first episode, adults tell him that Gravity Falls is just a normal town. They tell him that the strange things he notices are just his imagination. They tell him to stop being paranoid. But Dipper does not accept this. He trusts his own observations over what adults tell him, and he is right. The town is full of supernatural phenomena. The adults are either lying or ignorant, and Dipper's refusal to accept their dismissal is what allows him to discover the truth. This pattern continues throughout the series. Every time Dipper is told that something is impossible, or that he should not investigate, or that he should just accept what authorities say, he questions it. And every time he questions, he discovers that the official story is incomplete or false. The journal warns him not to trust anyone. And while this is extreme, while total paranoia is not healthy, the underlying principle is sound. Verify claims. Do not accept information just because someone in a position of authority says it is true. In Irrational Treasure, Dipper and Mabel discover that the entire founding story of Gravity Falls is a lie. The town's founder, Nathaniel Northwest, is celebrated as a hero. His family is treated as royalty. They have wealth and power and prestige, and all of it is based on a lie. Nathaniel Northwest was not the founder. He was a fraud. He stole credit for founding the town from the real founder, and the Northwest family has been covering up this truth for generations. Pacifica's family knows the truth. They have documents that prove Nathaniel was a liar, but they hide these documents. They maintain the lie because their wealth and status depend on it. They teach Pacifica to believe in her family's superiority. They teach her that the Northwest name means something special. They teach her tradition and legacy and family pride, and all of it is built on a foundation of lies. When Dipper and Mabel discover the truth, they expose it. They publish the documents. They tell the whole town, and the Northwest family's reputation is destroyed. Pacifica is humiliated, but she is also freed. She is freed from the burden of maintaining a lie. She is freed from having to pretend her family is something they are not. She is freed from the tradition of Northwest superiority, and this freedom allows her to become her own person instead of just an extension of her family's false legacy. This episode teaches that traditions are often maintained to protect power, not because they have inherent value. The Northwest family's tradition of exclusivity and superiority served their interests, not the town's interests. And questioning that tradition, exposing the lies it was built on, this was necessary for justice. This was necessary for truth. This was necessary for change. The episode also shows that institutions will lie to protect themselves. The town museum displays the false history. The Historical Society maintains the false narrative. The government-funded textbooks teach the lie. Institutions have invested in a particular version of history, and they resist challenges to that version, even when evidence proves it is false. And this teaches you to be skeptical of official narratives, to ask who benefits from a particular story being told, to investigate who is left out of official histories, to question whose perspective is centered and whose is erased. In Scary OK, government agents come to Gravity Falls to investigate reports of supernatural activity. They represent official authority. They have badges and credentials and legal power, and they try to shut down the Mystery Shack. They try to confiscate Stan's belongings. They act like they have the right to control the situation, but they do not know what they are dealing with. They do not understand the supernatural. They do not have the knowledge that Dipper has gained from the journal, and their authority is useless in the face of actual zombies. When Dipper accidentally raises the dead, the government agents panic. Their training did not prepare them for this. Their protocols do not cover actual supernatural threats, and they have to rely on Dipper, a 12-year-old with no official authority, to solve the problem. This shows that official authority is not the same as competence, that credentials do not equal knowledge, that institutions are often unprepared for situations that fall outside their narrow area of training. The episode also shows that government institutions cover up what they cannot explain. After the zombie attack, the agents do not admit that the supernatural exists. They do not change their position. They just leave. They classify the information. They hide the evidence. They maintain the official position that nothing strange happens in Gravity Falls. And this teaches you that authorities lie when the truth threatens their worldview, that institutions protect their own credibility over public truth, that official denials are often covers for things that actually happened. In The Time Traveler's Pig, Dipper discovers that he can travel through time. He uses this power to try to create a better outcome for himself. He tries to impress Wendy. He tries to win prizes. He tries to manipulate events to his advantage. And at first, this seems harmless. He is not hurting anyone. He is just trying to make things better. But then he realizes that changing the past has consequences, that every small change creates ripples, that you cannot control everything, even if you have the power to go back and try again. The episode questions the idea that more control is always better, that more power to shape outcomes is always positive. Dipper has the ultimate authority, the ability to literally rewrite history. And it does not make him happy. It does not solve his problems. It just creates new complications. And he has to learn that some things need to happen the way they happen, that some outcomes are not meant to be changed, that accepting reality is sometimes better than having the power to alter it. This teaches you to question the assumption that authority and control are inherently good, that the ability to shape outcomes according to your will is always desirable. Sometimes limitations are protective. Sometimes lack of control forces you to accept things that you need to accept. Sometimes the inability to change the past is what allows you to move forward. Authority over time, authority over outcomes, authority over other people's choices. These are not always positive things, even when they seem like they would be. In Little Dipper, Dipper discovers a magical crystal that can change people's sizes. He uses it to make himself taller. He is insecure about being shorter than Mabel. He is tired of people not taking him seriously because of his height, and the crystal gives him the power to change this. He makes himself taller. He makes Mabel shorter. And for a moment, he feels powerful. He feels like he finally has the authority and respect he has been craving. But Mabel is hurt by this. She did not consent to being shrunk. She did not agree to this change. And Dipper used his power over the crystal to change her without her permission. He used authority to violate her autonomy. And this shows that having power over others, even for reasons that seem justified to you, is still a violation. That using authority to change people without their consent is wrong, even if you think you are helping them. That power needs to be questioned, especially when you are the one holding it. Dipper realizes his mistake. He gives up the crystal. He accepts being shorter. He apologizes to Mabel. And this shows that questioning authority includes questioning your own authority, questioning your own power, questioning whether your reasons for using control over others are actually justified or just self-serving. This is harder than questioning other people's authority, but it is more important. In Northwest Manor Mystery, Pacifica is trapped by her family's expectations. Her parents control her. They tell her how to dress, how to speak, how to behave. They use a bell to condition her. Literally, They ring a bell and she flinches. They have trained her like a dog to obey immediately. And Pacifica has internalized this control. She believes she has to do what they say. She believes she has no choice. She believes that family authority is absolute. But when the ghost demands that she open the gates to the party, when the ghost demands that she break her family's tradition of exclusivity, Pacifica has to choose. She can obey her parents and maintain the family tradition, or she can disobey them and do what is right. And Pacifica chooses to disobey. She opens the gates. She defies her parents. She breaks the tradition. She questions their authority over her. And this choice transforms her. Her parents are furious. They punish her. They cut her off. They make it clear that disobedience has consequences. But Pacifica does not regret it. She does not go back. She has discovered that her parents' authority over her is not absolute, that she can choose differently, that tradition does not have to bind her, that she can be her own person, even if it means losing her family's approval. And this realization frees her. This episode shows that questioning family authority is one of the hardest forms of questioning, because family uses love as leverage, because family uses loyalty as obligation, because family teaches you from birth that obedience to parents is sacred. But some family traditions are toxic. Some family authorities are abusive. Some family expectations are harmful. And questioning them, rejecting them, breaking free from them, this is sometimes necessary for your own well-being. The show does not say that all authority is bad. Stan is an authority figure to Dipper and Mabel, and his authority is mostly positive. He protects them. He guides them. He gives them freedom to explore, while also keeping them safe. Ford is an authority figure on the supernatural, and his knowledge is valuable. Wendy is an authority figure on teenage life, and her advice helps Dipper navigate social situations. Authority itself is not the problem. The problem is unquestioned authority, blind obedience, accepting commands without evaluating whether they are right. Good authority welcomes questions. Good authority explains its reasoning. Good authority proves itself through results, not through demands for obedience. Stan does not demand blind obedience from Dipper and Mabel. He earns their trust through his actions. Ford does not demand that Dipper accept his teachings without question. He encourages Dipper to investigate and verify. Wendy does not tell Dipper what to do. She offers perspective and lets him make his own choices. This is what healthy authority looks like. Bad authority demands obedience. Bad authority punishes questions. Bad authority uses fear and control and tradition to maintain power. Gideon demands obedience from his followers. Pacifica's parents demand obedience from her. Bill Cipher demands obedience from his victims. The government agents demand obedience from citizens. And in every case, this demand for blind obedience is a warning sign. It is a sign that the authority is corrupt, that the power is being used for selfish purposes. That questioning is necessary. In Weirdmageddon, Bill Cipher represents ultimate authority. He has complete power over reality. He can change anything. He can control anyone. He is a god in Gravity Falls, and he demands worship. He demands obedience. He punishes anyone who questions him. He creates a hierarchy where he is at the top and everyone else exists to serve his amusement. This is authority without limits. This is power without accountability. This is what happens when no one can question the person in charge. And the only way to defeat Bill is to refuse his authority, to resist his control, to reject his demands. Stan and Ford trick him. They do not obey him. They do not accept his power as absolute. They find a way to undermine him from within. And this teaches that even the most powerful authority can be challenged. Even the most complete control can be resisted. Even godlike power can be questioned. You just have to be willing to take the risk. The finale shows that questioning authority does not mean chaos. It does not mean rejecting all rules. It does not mean acting like nothing matters. Dipper and Mabel question authority throughout the series, but they are not destructive. They are not nihilistic. They just think for themselves. They evaluate claims. They demand evidence. They make their own choices based on their own values. And this leads them to mostly good outcomes. They save the town. They protect their family. They grow into better people. Not because they always obeyed, but because they questioned when questioning was necessary and obeyed when obedience was right. So, question authority and tradition. Do not accept something just because someone in power says it is true. Do not follow a rule just because it has always been that way. Do not maintain a tradition just because your family expects it. Think for yourself. Investigate claims. Demand evidence. Challenge systems that harm people, but also recognize when authority is earned, when rules serve a purpose, when traditions have value. The goal is not to reject everything. The goal is to think critically about what you are being told and make conscious choices about what you accept. That is what Gravity Falls teaches. That is what freedom requires. And that is what you can carry forward into your own life. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Questioning what you're told reveals hidden truths, but embracing what cannot be explained keeps your sense of wonder alive. Embrace the weird and unexplained. Gravity Falls is strange. It is full of impossible things. Gnomes that talk, ghosts that haunt, demons that manipulate reality, time travel, body swapping, dream invasion, shapeshifters, zombies, multi-bear. The list goes on forever, and the show never explains most of it. The journal documents these creatures, but it does not explain where they came from. The portal connects to other dimensions, but the show does not explain how dimensions work. Bill Cipher exists, but the show does not explain what he really is. The show embraces mystery. It embraces the unexplained. It embraces the weird, and it teaches you to do the same. This is the 10th lesson Gravity Falls teaches. Embrace the weird and unexplained. Not everything needs an answer. Not everything can be understood. Not everything fits into neat categories or logical explanations. The world is stranger than you think. Reality is more flexible than you have been taught. And trying to force everything into rational boxes, trying to explain away everything that seems impossible, trying to deny weirdness because it makes you uncomfortable. This limits you. This makes you smaller. This makes your world less interesting. Embrace the weird. Accept the unexplained. Let mystery exist. From the first episode, the show establishes that Gravity Falls operates by different rules. The supernatural is real. Magic exists. Things that should not be possible happen anyway. And the characters have to adjust to this. They have to accept that their understanding of reality was incomplete. They have to make room in their worldview for impossible things. And the characters who adapt fastest, who accept the weirdness most readily, are the ones who thrive. Mabel embraces the weird immediately. She does not need extensive proof. She does not need scientific explanations. When she encounters something strange, she just accepts it and rolls with it. Gnomes exist? Okay. Ghosts are real? Cool. Time travel is possible. Fun. She does not let the impossibility of things stop her from engaging with them. She does not let her confusion about how things work prevent her from enjoying them. She just accepts that the world is weirder than she thought, and she adjusts her expectations accordingly. This openness to weirdness makes Mabel's life richer. She has experiences that more skeptical people would miss. She makes friends with creatures that rational people would dismiss. She participates in adventures that logical people would avoid. And she enjoys herself. She finds joy in the strangeness. She finds beauty in the impossible. She finds wonder in the unexplained. And this wonder is what makes her life magical. Dipper takes longer to embrace the weird. He wants to understand everything. He wants to document and categorize and explain. He approaches the supernatural like a scientist. He takes measurements. He records observations. He tries to find patterns and rules. And this is valuable. This helps him survive. This helps him predict danger. But it also limits him, because not everything can be understood. Not everything follows rules. Not everything fits into categories. And Dipper's need to explain sometimes prevents him from just experiencing. In Dreamscapers, Dipper enters Stan's mind. This is not something that can be explained scientifically. There is no rational model for how mindscapes work. There is no logical reason why positive memories would function as weapons against a dream demon. But they do. And Dipper has to just accept this. He has to stop trying to understand and start just doing. He has to embrace the weirdness of fighting in someone's subconscious without demanding that it makes sense. First, this is a turning point for Dipper. This is where he learns that analysis has limits, that understanding is not always necessary, that you can engage with something without fully comprehending it. And this lesson makes him more effective. He becomes better at navigating Gravity Falls because he stops demanding that everything be explainable before he accepts it as real. Stan embraces the weird reluctantly. He is a pragmatist. He is a cynic. He does not believe in magic or monsters or mystery. He thinks it is all nonsense. He thinks Dipper is paranoid. He dismisses reports of supernatural activity as imagination or stupidity. And for a while, this skepticism protects him. He does not panic when strange things happen because he does not believe they are real. He stays calm because he thinks there must be a rational explanation. But Stan also runs the Mystery Shack. He sells fake supernatural artifacts. He tells tourist stories about made-up creatures. He profits from people's belief in weirdness. So Stan has a complicated relationship with the unexplained. He does not believe in it, but he uses it. He dismisses it, but he exploits it. He denies its reality, but he depends on people thinking it is real. And this contradiction creates tension. Eventually, Stan has to accept that the supernatural is real. He sees too much. He experiences too much. He can no longer deny what is happening in front of him. And when he finally accepts it, when he finally embraces the weird, he becomes more effective. He stops trying to rationalize everything. He stops looking for mundane explanations. He just accepts that Gravity Falls is strange, and he deals with that reality. And this acceptance is what allows him to help during Weirdmageddon. He can fight demons because he has accepted that demons exist. Ford represents the other extreme. Ford does not just embrace the weird. He obsesses over it. He dedicates his life to studying the unexplained. He builds his entire identity around understanding anomalies. He documents everything in the journals. He creates elaborate theories. He experiments. He pushes boundaries. And this dedication leads him to incredible discoveries. But it also leads him to danger, because some things are not meant to be understood. Some mysteries are not meant to be solved. Some doors are not meant to be opened. Ford's obsession with understanding the weird is what leads him to Bill Cipher. He wants to know more. He wants to understand more. He wants to push further. And Bill exploits this. Bill offers Ford knowledge in exchange for access to reality. And Ford accepts because he cannot resist the promise of understanding. His need to explain the unexplained, his inability to be satisfied with mystery. This is what makes him vulnerable to manipulation. This teaches that embracing the weird does not mean obsessing over it. It does not mean dedicating your life to forcing explanations where none exist. It means accepting that some things are strange and being okay with that. It means engaging with mystery without needing to eliminate it. It means enjoying wonder without needing to reduce it to formulas. Ford learns this lesson late. He learns that some things should remain mysterious, that some knowledge is dangerous, that wisdom is sometimes knowing when to stop seeking explanations. The journals themselves represent this balance. They document weird things. They provide information about creatures and phenomena. They offer survival tips, but they do not explain everything. They do not answer fundamental questions, like where magic comes from, or why Gravity Falls is a nexus of weirdness, or what makes something supernatural versus natural. They accept mystery. They work within mystery. They help you navigate weirdness without claiming to fully understand it. In Little Gift Shop of Horrors, Stan tells Dipper stories about strange items in the Mystery Shack. Each story involves something impossible: a cursed game, a witch's monkey hand. And the stories do not explain how these things work. They do not provide rational frameworks. They just show what happens when you interact with them. They embrace the weirdness without feeling the need to justify it. And this episodic anthology structure shows that weird things just exist. They do not need backstory. They do not need explanation. They just are. This is how the show treats most of its supernatural elements. They exist. They have properties. They follow certain rules. But the show does not waste time explaining where they came from or how they fit into a larger cosmology. Gnomes exist, and they need a queen. That is enough. You do not need to know the evolutionary history of gnomes. Ghosts exist, and they haunt places where they died. That is enough. You do not need to know the metaphysics of what happens after death. Time travel is possible through certain devices. That is enough. You do not need a lecture on temporal mechanics. This approach makes the weird feel more real. Because in real life, weird things just happen. You do not always get explanations. You do not always understand why. Things occur that do not fit your models of reality, and you just have to accept them and move on. The show mirrors this experience. It treats the supernatural as just another part of life in Gravity Falls. Something the characters have to navigate, but not something they need to fully comprehend. In Weirdmageddon, reality breaks completely. Physics stops working. Impossible things become normal. The town is transformed into a nightmare landscape where anything can happen, and the characters have to function in this environment without understanding it. They cannot stop to figure out the rules. They cannot pause to develop theories. They just have to accept that reality is now fundamentally weird, and they have to adapt. This is the ultimate test of embracing the unexplained. Can you function when nothing makes sense? Can you make decisions when the normal rules do not apply? Can you stay sane when reality itself is insane? The characters who succeed are the ones who do not try to force Weirdmageddon to be logical. They accept the chaos. They work within the impossibility. They solve problems without needing to understand the system they are operating in. Bill Cipher himself is never fully explained. The show gives you pieces. He is from a two-dimensional world. He destroyed his home dimension. He has been wandering between dimensions for eons. He wants to enter the physical world to cause chaos, but huge questions remain unanswered. What exactly is he? Is he a demon or an alien or something else entirely? How does he have the powers he has? What are the limits of those powers? Why does he want chaos? The show does not tell you, and this makes Bill more terrifying, because you cannot fully understand him, because he remains fundamentally mysterious, even after you defeat him. This teaches that evil does not need to be fully understood to be recognized and resisted. You do not need to comprehend every detail of how something works to know that it is harmful. You do not need complete explanations to make moral judgments. Bill is clearly causing suffering. That is enough to know he needs to be stopped. His unknowability does not paralyze the characters. They accept that they do not fully understand him, and they fight him anyway. The ending of the series embraces mystery. After Bill is defeated, after Stan's memory returns, after summer ends, Dipper and Mabel go home, and the show does not explain everything that happened. It does not tie up every loose end. It does not answer every question. It leaves mysteries unsolved. It leaves doors open. It accepts that stories do not always have complete closure, that life continues with unanswered questions. That mystery persists even after the adventure ends. And this is beautiful. This is honest. This is how life actually works. You do not get perfect endings. You do not get complete understanding. You do not get to know everything. You just get experiences. You get moments. You get relationships. You get memories. And some of those moments are weird and inexplicable, and you never figure them out. And that is okay. The weirdness is part of what makes life interesting. The mystery is part of what makes life worth living. So embrace the weird and unexplained. Do not demand that everything makes sense. Do not reject experiences just because you cannot understand them. Do not dismiss possibilities just because they seem impossible. The world is stranger than you think. Reality is more flexible than you have been taught. Magic might not exist in the literal sense, but mystery does. Wonder does. Things that defy explanation happen, and your life will be richer if you can accept this. If you can make room for weirdness, if you can let mystery exist without needing to eliminate it, that is what Gravity Falls teaches. That is what wonder requires, and that is what you can carry forward into your own life. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Embracing mystery enriches your present, but understanding that childhood ends without killing your inner child determines how you carry that wonder into the future. Childhood ends, but wonder doesn't have to. Dipper and Mabel Pines are 12 years old at the beginning of Gravity Falls. They are about to turn 13 at the end. They are standing on the edge between childhood and adolescence. They are in that final summer before everything changes, before high school, before teenage social dynamics, before the world starts treating them differently, before they lose the protection and freedom that comes with being a kid. And both of them know this. Both of them feel it. Both of them are terrified of it. This summer is their last chance to be children. And the show is about what they do with that chance, what they learn, what they take with them, how they prepare to cross that threshold. This is the 11th lesson Gravity Falls teaches. Childhood ends, but wonder does not have to. Growing up is inevitable. You cannot stop it. You cannot freeze time. You cannot stay 12 forever. But growing up does not require killing the parts of yourself that make life magical. You do not have to become cynical. You do not have to stop being curious. You do not have to abandon play and imagination and joy. You can become an adult while keeping your inner child alive. You can take on responsibility while maintaining wonder. You can mature without becoming cold. The transition from childhood to adulthood is not about loss. It is about integration. In the very first episode, Dipper wants to be taken seriously. He wants adults to listen to him. He wants teenagers to see him as mature. He wants to stop being dismissed as just a kid, and this desire drives many of his choices throughout the summer. He tries to act older than he is. He tries to impress Wendy. He tries to prove that he is capable and smart and worthy of respect. He is in a hurry to grow up. He sees childhood as something to escape from rather than something to enjoy. But as the summer progresses, Dipper realizes that growing up is more complicated than he thought. Being an adult does not automatically make you happy. Being a teenager does not automatically make you cool. Having responsibilities does not automatically give your life meaning. He watches Stan, who is an adult, and sees that Stan is lonely and regretful and stuck. He watches Ford, who is brilliant and accomplished, and sees that Ford is damaged and isolated and haunted by mistakes. He watches Wendy, who is a teenager, and sees that she has her own struggles and insecurities. Growing up does not solve your problems. It just gives you different problems. Mabel takes the opposite approach. She does not want to grow up at all. She wants to stay 12 forever. She loves being a kid. She loves having permission to be silly. She loves not having to worry about the future. She loves the simplicity of childhood, where your biggest problems are whether your crush likes you back and whether you get to stay up late. And as the summer progresses, as the end approaches, Mabel becomes more and more desperate to prevent change. She wants to freeze time. She wants to stop growing up. She sees adolescence as something to be feared and avoided. But Mabel also realizes that resisting change is impossible. You cannot stop time. You cannot stay a kid forever. And trying to prevent growth, trying to cling to childhood, this causes harm. Her attempt to avoid growing up is what allows Bill to start Weirdmageddon. Her refusal to accept change is what nearly destroys everything. And she has to learn that growing up is not the enemy. Fear of growing up is the enemy. Resistance to change is the enemy. Growing up itself is just the next stage of life, and it can be good if you approach it with the right mindset. Stan and Ford show what happens when adults lose their inner child. Stan became so focused on survival, on making money, on protecting himself from a harsh world that he stopped playing. He stopped imagining. He stopped being creative. He turned everything into a transaction. He approached life with cynicism and suspicion, and this made him effective. This helped him survive, but it also made him lonely. It also made him bitter. It also closed him off from real connection. Stan preserved himself, but he lost his joy. Ford became so focused on achievement, on understanding, on being special, that he stopped appreciating simple pleasures. He stopped valuing relationships. He stopped being present. Everything became about the next discovery, the next breakthrough, the next accomplishment. And this made him productive. This made him brilliant, but it also made him isolated. It also made him vulnerable to manipulation. It also prevented him from being happy. Ford succeeded, but he lost his humanity. Both Stan and Ford are warnings. They show what happens when you kill your inner child in pursuit of adult goals, when you decide that wonder is childish and you need to be serious, when you decide that play is a waste of time and you need to be productive, when you decide that joy is frivolous and you need to be focused. You might achieve your goals, you might survive, you might even succeed, but you will not be whole. You will not be happy. You will have lost something essential. In Dungeons, and more dungeons, Stan initially mocks Dipper and Ford for playing a fantasy role-playing game. He thinks it is stupid. He thinks it is childish. He thinks grown men should not be pretending to be wizards and rolling dice. He has decided that play is beneath him, that imagination is for children, that games are a waste of time, and this judgment comes from his need to be tough, his need to be masculine, his need to be taken seriously as an adult. But then the game becomes real, and Stan has to participate, and he discovers that he actually enjoys it. He has fun pretending. He has fun being creative. He has fun playing. And this experience shows him what he has been missing. He has been denying himself joy because he thought joy was childish. He has been suppressing his inner child because he thought inner children were weak. And he was wrong. Play does not make you weak. Imagination does not make you foolish. Games do not make you immature. They just make you human. By the end of the episode, Stan is fully engaged in the game. He creates his own character. He invests in the story. He cares about winning. He has reconnected with a part of himself that he thought he had to kill to be an adult. And this reconnection does not make him less of an adult. It makes him a healthier adult. It makes him a happier person. It makes him more capable of connecting with others. Reclaiming his inner child makes him more whole. In the last Mabelcorn, Mabel is told that she is not pure of heart. The unicorn judges her and finds her lacking, and Mabel internalizes this. She starts to believe that she has lost something, that growing up has corrupted her, that she is not as good as she used to be, that childhood innocence is gone, and she can never get it back. This is a common fear about growing up, the fear that you lose your goodness, the fear that you become tainted, the fear that you can never return to the purity you had as a child. But the unicorn is wrong. Mabel is not corrupt. She has not lost her goodness. She has just become more complex. She has experienced pain and disappointment and heartbreak. She has made mistakes. She has hurt people. She has failed. But none of this makes her impure. It just makes her human. Growing up does not mean losing your goodness. It means your goodness becomes more complicated. It means you remain good while also being flawed. It means you keep your heart while also developing armor. It means you maintain your inner child while also gaining adult understanding. Mabel realizes this. She realizes that the unicorn's judgment is not valid. She realizes that she gets to define what purity means. And she decides that being honest, being herself, being willing to fight for what is right, this is what purity looks like. Not some impossible standard of never making mistakes or never feeling negative emotions. Just being genuine. Just being committed to doing good, even when it is hard. Just keeping her capacity for love intact, even after being hurt. In Dipper and Mabel versus the future, both twins face their fear of growing up directly. Dipper is offered the chance to stay in Gravity Falls and study with Ford. This would mean avoiding high school, avoiding the social chaos of adolescence, avoiding all the things he is scared of. He could just stay 12 forever in this place where he feels competent and valued. He is tempted by this. He seriously considers it because he is terrified of growing up. Mabel faces the same fear from a different angle. She is confronted with the reality that everything is about to change. Her friends are going to different schools. Dipper might leave her. High school is going to be hard. Adolescence is going to be painful. And she cannot stop any of it. She cannot control what happens next. She is losing her childhood, and she cannot prevent it. And this terror is what Bill exploits. Bill offers her a fantasy world where nothing ever changes, where summer never ends, where she never has to grow up. Both twins are running from the same thing, the inevitable transition from childhood to adolescence, the loss of innocence, the end of simplicity, the beginning of complexity. And both of them have to learn that running does not work. You cannot avoid growing up. You cannot stay a child forever. Not the only choice you have is how you grow up, what you take with you, what you keep, and what you leave behind. Dipper chooses to keep his connection to Mabel. He chooses relationship over achievement. He chooses to face high school with his sister rather than hide in Gravity Falls alone. This is maturity. This is wisdom. This is understanding that what makes childhood good is not the absence of responsibility, but the presence of connection. And you can maintain that connection as you grow. You can keep the relationships that mattered in childhood. You can take them with you into adolescence and adulthood. Growing up does not mean growing apart. Mabel chooses to leave the fantasy bubble. She chooses reality over comfort. She chooses to face change rather than hide from it. This is courage. This is strength. This is understanding that growing up is inevitable, and resisting it only causes pain. And she decides to approach adolescence with the same openness and joy she brought to childhood. She decides that she does not have to become cynical. She does not have to lose her sense of play. She just has to be herself in a new stage of life. The finale shows both twins getting on a bus to go home. Summer is over. They are leaving Gravity Falls. They are becoming teenagers. And they are scared. But they are also ready. They have learned what they needed to learn. They have had their adventures. They have gained their wisdom. And they are taking it with them. They are not leaving their inner children behind. They are integrating them. They are bringing the wonder and curiosity and playfulness of childhood into adolescence. They are showing that you can grow up while staying yourself. Stan and Ford also model this integration in the finale. After everything that happened, after 30 years of being estranged, After almost losing each other, the twins decide to spend their remaining years sailing around the world. This was their childhood dream, the plan they made when they were kids. And they are finally doing it. They are reclaiming that childhood dream and living it as adults. They are showing that growing up does not mean abandoning what you wanted as a child. Sometimes it means finally having the resources and freedom to pursue those dreams properly. The show ends with a message about carrying childhood forward. The characters who succeed, who end up happy, who maintain their sense of wonder, are the ones who refuse to kill their inner child. Dipper maintains his curiosity. Mabel maintains her joy. Stan and Ford reclaim their sense of adventure. Suze becomes the new owner of the Mystery Shack and approaches it with childlike enthusiasm. Wendy maintains her sense of fun even as she prepares for college. Everyone finds a way to be an adult while keeping the best parts of childhood alive. And the show argues that this is possible for everyone, that you do not have to choose between being responsible and being playful, between being mature and being joyful, between being an adult and maintaining wonder. You can be both. You can hold both. You can grow up while keeping your inner child alive. This is not easy. Society tells you that adults should be serious and productive and focused. Society tells you that play is for children, and adults who play are immature. But society is wrong. Play is human. Wonder is human. Joy is human. And you do not lose your humanity when you become an adult, unless you choose to. So, let childhood end. Accept that you are growing up. Accept that things are changing. Accept that you are moving into a new phase of life. But do not kill your inner child. Do not abandon wonder. Do not stop playing. Do not become so serious that you forget how to be silly. Do not become so focused on achievement that you forget how to enjoy the process. Do not become so adult that you lose what made you alive as a child. Integrate it. Carry it forward. Let your inner child and your outer adult work together. Let your wisdom guide your wonder. Let your maturity protect your playfulness. Become a whole person who contains both the responsibility of adulthood and the magic of childhood. That is what Gravity Falls teaches. That is what integration requires. And that is what you can carry forward into your own life. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Carrying wonder forward sustains you through change, but understanding how all these lessons work together reveals the complete wisdom the show offers. How Gravity Falls can change your life. Gravity Falls is a show about two kids spending summer with their uncle in a strange town. That is the premise. That is what it looks like on the surface. But underneath that simple premise, underneath the monsters and mysteries and magic, there is something deeper. There is a complete philosophy for how to live. There is a guide for navigating childhood and adolescence, and eventually adulthood. There is wisdom about curiosity and joy and family and trust and complexity and darkness and letting go and questioning and wonder and growth. And when you bring all these lessons together, when you see how they connect and support each other, you get a framework for building a meaningful life. This is the final section. Here, we bring all the lessons together. We look at how they interconnect. We understand how they form a complete worldview. And we figure out how you can apply this philosophy to your own life. How you can take what Gravity Falls teaches and use it to become stronger, wiser, happier, more connected, more alive. The first lesson was, Embrace curiosity, even when it is dangerous. Dipper shows you that investigation leads to truth, that questioning leads to answers, that paying attention to what seems wrong or strange often reveals hidden problems. Curiosity is not just intellectual, it is protective. It keeps you safe by helping you see threats before they become catastrophic. But curiosity also has limits. You also need trust. You also need connection. You cannot investigate everything while also maintaining relationships. You have to balance curiosity with other values. The second lesson was choose joy without losing depth. Mabel shows you that optimism does not require naivety, that you can be cheerful while also being aware, that you can choose happiness while also acknowledging pain. Joy is not about ignoring darkness. It is about creating light despite darkness. It is about holding both sorrow and celebration at the same time. It is about feeling everything and choosing which emotions to amplify. And this choice, this conscious decision to focus on joy while not denying suffering, this is what makes life beautiful. When you combine these first two lessons, you get someone who investigates reality with curiosity and then responds to what they find with joy. Someone who sees problems clearly, but does not let those problems destroy their capacity for happiness. Someone who is both realistic and optimistic, both aware and joyful. This combination is powerful. It prevents both toxic positivity and paralyzing cynicism. It allows you to function effectively in a complicated world while also maintaining your humanity. The third lesson was accept that growing up does not mean growing cold. Dipper and Mabel show you that maturity does not require killing your inner child, that you can become responsible while staying playful, that you can take on adult obligations while maintaining childlike wonder. Growing up is inevitable, but growing cold is optional, and the people who maintain their warmth, their enthusiasm, their sense of play, these are the people who thrive. Not just survive, thrive. When you combine this lesson with the previous two, you get someone who carries curiosity and joy into adulthood. Someone who does not let the weight of responsibility crush their spirit. Someone who remains alive and engaged and excited about life, even as they take on more obligations. This is what healthy aging looks like. Not becoming bitter, not becoming closed, just becoming more capable while staying yourself. The fourth lesson was family means showing up even when it is hard. Stan shows you that love is action, sustained over time. That commitment matters more than feelings. That you prove your love through sacrifice and presence and consistency. Family is not just the people you like. Family is the people you show up for, even when it is inconvenient, even when they do not appreciate it, even when the relationship is broken. And this showing up, this refusal to abandon people, this is what creates real bonds. When you combine this with previous lessons, you get someone who investigates problems, curiosity, responds with hope, joy, maintains warmth, growing without coldness, and commits to people, family. This is a complete approach to relationships. You see people clearly. You stay positive about them. You keep your heart open, and you show up consistently. This combination creates strong, lasting connections. The fifth lesson was trust is built through honesty, not perfection. Ford shows you that pretending to be flawless destroys relationships. That real connection requires vulnerability, that people need to see your struggles and mistakes and weaknesses in order to actually know you. Perfection is lonely. Honesty is intimate. And trust is only possible when both people are willing to be imperfect together. This lesson balances the previous one about family. Showing up is necessary, but not sufficient. You also have to be real. You cannot just be present. You have to be genuine. You have to let people see who you actually are. The combination of showing up consistently and being honest creates the foundation for deep, meaningful relationships. The sixth lesson was not everything is black and white. The show teaches you that most situations are complicated, that most people are neither purely good nor purely evil, that most choices involve trade-offs, that wisdom is the ability to hold complexity, to see multiple perspectives, to understand that most conflicts do not have clear right answers, and this nuanced thinking is essential for navigating adult life. When you combine this with previous lessons, you get someone who is curious enough to investigate complexity. Lesson 1, joyful enough to handle ambiguity without despair. Lesson 2, mature enough to make difficult choices. Lesson 3, committed enough to maintain relationships through complexity. Lesson 4, and honest enough to admit when they are uncertain. Lesson 5. This is what wisdom looks like. Not having all the answers, just being able to hold questions without forcing simple solutions. The seventh lesson was face your shadow self. Every character has darkness. Every character has destructive impulses. Every character has a version of themselves they could become if they made different choices. And the healthy response is not to deny this darkness. The healthy response is to face it, to acknowledge it, to integrate it, to choose consciously to act differently than your worst impulses suggest. You are capable of harm. Everyone is. And knowing this about yourself makes you less dangerous, not more. This lesson deepens all the previous ones. Curiosity about yourself, Lesson 1. Joy despite acknowledging your darkness, Lesson 2. Maturity that includes self-awareness, Lesson 3. Family that knows your flaws and loves you anyway, Lesson 4. Honesty about your shadow, Lesson 5. Complexity about your own morality, Lesson 6. When you face your darkness, all these other lessons become more authentic. You are not performing goodness. You are choosing it consciously despite temptation. The eighth lesson was know when to let go. Not everything is meant to be kept. Not every relationship is meant to last forever. Not every phase of life is meant to be permanent. And holding on too tightly destroys what you love. You have to open your hands. You have to release what needs to be released. You have to trust that letting go does not mean forgetting. It just means accepting change. This lesson prevents the others from becoming rigid. Curiosity without letting go becomes obsession, Ford's mistake. Joy without letting go becomes denial, Mabel's mistake. Family commitment without letting go becomes codependence. Honesty without letting go becomes rumination. Facing your shadow without letting go becomes self-loathing. You need the ability to release, to move forward, to accept endings. This makes all the other lessons sustainable. The ninth lesson was question authority and tradition. Do not accept something just because someone in power says it is true. Do not follow a rule just because it has always been that way. Think for yourself. Demand evidence. Challenge systems. Authority is not the same as truth. Tradition is not the same as wisdom. And blind obedience is not a virtue. This lesson protects all the others. It prevents curiosity from becoming blind acceptance of what experts say. It prevents joy from becoming toxic positivity. enforced by social pressure. It prevents maturity from becoming conformity. It prevents family loyalty from becoming abuse enablement. It prevents honesty from becoming confession to authorities who do not deserve your trust. It prevents complexity from becoming moral relativism. It prevents shadow work from becoming pathology. It prevents letting go from becoming surrender to unjust systems. Questioning authority keeps you free. The 10th lesson was embrace the weird and unexplained. Not everything needs an answer. Not everything can be understood. The world is stranger than you think, and trying to force everything into rational boxes limits you. Let mystery exist. Accept that some things are inexplicable. Maintain your sense of wonder about the universe. Do not let the need for explanation kill your appreciation for strangeness. This lesson completes the framework. It allows all the other lessons to coexist with uncertainty. You can be curious without needing to understand everything. You can be joyful despite not knowing how life works. You can be mature while accepting mystery. You can commit to family without understanding everything about them. You can be honest about not having answers. You can hold complexity without resolving it. You can face your shadow without fully comprehending it. You can let go without understanding why. You can question authority while accepting that some things cannot be explained. Embracing mystery makes all the other lessons more flexible. The 11th lesson was childhood ends, but wonder does not have to. Growing up is inevitable, but growing cold is optional. You can become an adult while keeping your inner child alive. You can take on responsibility while maintaining playfulness. You can mature without losing your capacity for wonder. The transition from childhood to adulthood is not about loss. It is about integration. This final lesson shows how to carry all the previous lessons forward into adulthood. You maintain curiosity as you age. You choose joy even when life gets harder. You keep growing without becoming cold. You show up for family across decades. You stay honest as you gain experience. You hold complexity as situations become more nuanced. You face your shadow as you accumulate regrets. You let go of more and more things. You keep questioning even when it is easier to conform. You embrace mystery as you realize how little you actually understand. And you do all of this while maintaining the wonder you had as a child. This is how you live well. This is how you age well. This is how you die well. Now, you might be thinking that this is just a cartoon, that these are fictional characters in impossible situations, that the lessons do not apply to real life because real life is more complicated and boring and constrained. And you would be partially right. Your life is not a fantasy adventure. You will probably not fight demons or travel through time or discover magic journals. Your challenges will be more mundane, paying bills, maintaining relationships, finding meaning in routine, dealing with loss and disappointment, and the slow grind of ordinary existence. But the lessons still apply. In fact, they apply more to ordinary life than to adventures. Because ordinary life is where you spend most of your time. Ordinary life is where you need wisdom most. And the lessons from Gravity Falls give you tools for navigating that ordinary life with grace and strength and joy. Think about what your life would look like if you applied these lessons, if you stayed curious about people and the situations, if you investigated when things seemed wrong, if you paid attention to patterns. Your life would be safer. You would see problems earlier. You would make better decisions. You would understand people more deeply. Curiosity makes you competent. If you chose joy despite acknowledging pain. If you felt your losses fully, but also celebrated your wins. If you held both sorrow and happiness at the same time. Your life would be richer. You would not waste time in toxic positivity or paralyzing despair. You would be present for all of life. Joy makes you resilient. If you grew up without growing cold. If you maintained your sense of play and wonder and creativity, even as you took on more responsibility, your life would stay interesting. You would not become one of those dead inside adults who forgot how to enjoy anything. You would age with grace. Warmth makes you human. If you showed up for your family consistently over time. If you proved your love through action rather than just words. If you committed to people even when the relationship was hard. Your life would have depth. You would build real connections. You would not die alone and forgotten. Commitment makes you loved. If you were honest about your flaws and struggles, if you let people see who you really are instead of performing perfection, if you built trust through vulnerability, your relationships would be real. You would not waste energy maintaining facades. You would be known. Honesty makes you connected. If you held complexity instead of forcing simple answers, if you understood that most people are mixtures of good and bad, if you made decisions while accepting ambiguity, your life would be wiser. You would not get trapped in binary thinking. You would navigate nuance. Complexity makes you mature. If you faced your darkness, if you acknowledged your capacity for harm, if you chose good while knowing you could choose evil, your life would be authentic. You would not surprise yourself with your own behavior. You would be self-aware. Shadow work makes you safe. If you let go when necessary, if you released what needed to be released, if you accepted endings and losses without trying to prevent all change, your life would flow. You would not get stuck. You would move through phases gracefully. Letting go makes you flexible. If you questioned authority, if you thought for yourself, if you demanded evidence instead of accepting claims, your life would be free. You would not be controlled by others. You would make your own choices. Questioning makes you autonomous. If you embraced mystery, if you accepted that some things cannot be explained, if you maintained wonder despite not understanding everything, your life would stay magical. You would not reduce everything to formulas. You would remain amazed. Wonder makes you alive. If you carried your inner child into adulthood, if you integrated childhood wonder with adult capability, if you remained yourself, even as you matured, your life would be whole. You would not fragment into roles. You would be integrated. Integration makes you complete. These lessons work together. They support each other. They create a framework for living that is both practical and profound. Practical because it helps you navigate real situations. Profound because it gives your life meaning and depth and beauty. This is not abstract philosophy. This is not wishful thinking. This is actionable wisdom. And you can start applying it today. Start small. Pick one lesson that resonates with you. Maybe curiosity. Start paying more attention to what seems wrong or strange. Start investigating when your instincts tell you something is off. See what you discover. See how this changes your decisions. See how this protects you or helps others. Or maybe joy. Start consciously choosing to focus on positive things without denying negative ones. Start looking for beauty in ordinary moments. Start celebrating small wins. See how this changes your mood. See how this changes your energy. See how this changes your relationships. Or maybe showing up for family. Start being more consistent. Start following through on commitments. Start being present, even when it is inconvenient. See how this deepens your relationships. See how this builds trust. See how this creates security for people you love. Pick one lesson, practice it, integrate it, then add another, and another. Build the framework, piece by piece. You do not have to transform overnight. You do not have to master everything at once. You just have to start. You just have to take the first step. You just have to begin applying what you learned. And when you do this, when you start living according to these principles, your life changes. Not immediately, not dramatically, but gradually, steadily. Your life becomes richer. Your relationships become deeper. Your decisions become wiser. Your experiences become more meaningful. You become more yourself, more capable, more connected, more alive. This is what Gravity Falls offers, not entertainment. Well, yes, entertainment, but not just entertainment. It offers a map, a guide, a philosophy, a way of being in the world that leads to flourishing, a framework for building a life that matters. And this framework is not just for children. It is not just for fans of the show. It is for anyone who wants to live well, anyone who wants to be better, anyone who wants to find meaning and connection and joy in this strange, complicated, beautiful world. So take these lessons with you, carry them forward, let them shape how you think and feel and act. Let them guide your choices. Let them inform your relationships. Let them help you navigate the challenges you face. Let them give you strength when things are hard, and wisdom when things are complicated, and joy when things are good. Embrace curiosity. Choose joy. Grow without becoming cold. Show up for family. Build trust through honesty. Hold complexity. Face your shadow. Let go when necessary. Question authority. Embrace mystery. Carry your inner child into adulthood. These are the lessons. This is the wisdom. This is what Gravity Falls teaches. And if you let it, if you really let it, this wisdom can change your life. Not because a cartoon told you to, but because these principles are true, because they work, because they lead to good outcomes, because they make you better, because they help you live well, and living well, really living well. That is what this is all about. If you made it this far, thank you for listening. Thank you for being part of this community. Thank you for caring about stories and lessons and wisdom and growth. If you enjoyed this breakdown, make sure to subscribe to Pine Hat. We create content like this because we believe stories matter. We believe they teach us how to live. And we believe that paying attention to what stories say, really paying attention, can transform how you understand yourself and the world. Sleep well. Dream of mystery and magic and family and love. And when you wake up, carry these lessons with you. Let Gravity Falls change your life. Let it make you better. Let it help you live well. I'll see you in the next one.